Hi, hello, greetings, salutations. Welcome to Let's Get On With It Live. My name is Grimith. Surprise. It's been a month. I think my last broadcast was on May 1st. I'm finishing up the Lords of the Realm 2 Siege Pack campaign. I have done a clean install of Daggerfall Unity. I didn't even have it on my computer. I spent a little bit of time configuring my settings to what I remember liking. And we're just going to do one run. Just one run. One. Going to play the default archer character class. I've played a number of the default classes on broadcast over all the years. Acrobat comes to mind. Did Assassin as well. I think that was the Pain Has a Face, Allow Me to Show It to You run. Whereas the Acrobat was the Elsewherian Dream. Using the Dream mod with made everything buttery faced. It's kind of gross. It was what it was. Oh, we'll just do an archer. I think, probably. That's probably what's happening. Let's turn night mode off. The night light. All the harsh lights on my monitor. And prepare to get deafened. It might happen. As I launch up Daggerfall Unity. Okay. That doesn't seem abysmal. You can't see anything right now. It's just a setup screen. It's fine. It's not that exciting. Mm-hmm. Now, okay, yeah, sure. Skip me past the splash screens too. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Now, are you going to register the fact that the window exists? How about that? Yay. Okay. Everything seems to look as if it functions. I like that. That's a good start. Sounds seem to be coming through okay. Might lower those a bit when I get into the game. I haven't given any thought to where we're going to be from. So I'm just going to decide Hammerfell. Regards, hail for the province of Hammerfell. The video game takes place in this vicinity. The Iliac Bay is right here. So you've got High Rock and Hammerfell both involved. There we go. We're going to be excellent warriors. Yeah. Sick. Select that character's gender. Look, if I click one of these, then I'm still going to have to deal with booba chat. We already see enough of that in Daggerfall. Am I willing to deal with that for just one run? Tell you what, yeah, I am. And then I'll get so annoyed by it that will seal in the fact that this will just be one run. Excellent. Give me the archer class, please. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Archers are warriors specially trained in the use of the bow. The most important skills to an archer are archery, hand-to-hand, dodging, axe, blunt weapon, and critical striking. Do you wish your character to be an archer? I mean...
Always up to no good.
Dark blue one, always up to no good. I appreciate you making them bad life decisions. Let's choose our character's career path by answering 12 important career decisions. Playing through Gauntlet Legends, Archer. Yeah, Parsec. Sounds like it's been stable enough for you. Besides the bow and arrow, you are best at... We're going to go hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, I'm back. What motivates me into a life of adventure? Fame. That's me. That's Grimith right there. Powerful influencer. Which of the following skills have you been studying the longest? Dodging, backstabbing, pickpocketing, critical striking, jumping, stealth, lockpicking, climbing, and running. Hmm. Thinking about it. I mean, is this game still labeled as a stealth game on Twitch? It looks like that's no longer the case. I have like RPG flag, adventure game flag, action flag. Maybe no longer stealth game flag. But for those of you unaware, some years back, Daggerfall was listed as a stealth game on Twitch, and I think at least a couple of my clips include that image. No, it's no longer listed as that. All right. Well, to commemorate the time where Daggerfall was listed as a stealth game, we'll go ahead and pick Stealth Archer. As a child, your nickname was Scrapper. That's me. Of all disagreeable types, you have the most personal hatred for sanctimonious priests, diabolic wizards, stupid peasants, power mad robber barons. Diabolic wizards, they really complicate things. Welcome on in, welcome on in. You have an unusually high affinity with the Infernal Daedra. You have the most trouble resisting poison, staying awake and alert, getting along with others, avoiding diseases, resisting spells, fighting and parrying. We're going to go with getting along with others. A little abrasive, rough around the edges. Since childhood, you have saved a book. You feel most comfortable. I don't actually remember those biography questions. The biography questions are tailored to what your class is like. All right, you've completely mangled this fucking explanation. Would you like to try it again? No. Yes, the questions have like key words and classes assigned to them. If you create a custom class, the game decides what like type of class your custom class most fits, and you get questions pertaining to that. Well, I don't feel most comfortable with other people because I have the most difficulty getting along with other people. I guess that could fit still. We're going to say unstable ground. That's where I am. Has there been a run doing the other question thing to determine your class? Sure. Given 200 gold pieces as a reward, you decided to could buy an ebony dagger for the exciting, awesome to hit bonus for short blade. Nah, we're going to buy a rare book. You spend any free time you have training with, I mean, archery does seem useful. You know, you are intimate friends with an assassin. All right. Let's see here. Give me a random name. How about you give me another random name? How about we keep trying? Stolly? Stu. Stu, we can work with Stu. Yeah. All right. Kind of exciting portraits do we have here? What am I most feeling is going to be fitting? I do like a Bianca Belair, like the EST of Hammerfell. Kind of like in this look for our archer. I'm liking this look. This hair maintenance. I'm someone who has very long hair. This seems like a hassle. Really, we're gonna go with this hair. All right. So we have picked our class, and we have been given the default attributes pertaining to that class. Now we've made our character for the class, and we have gotten 0 to 10 bonus attribute points in these attributes, and we get an additional up to 14 bonus attribute points to assign as we see fit. What is the default archer stat distribution? I do not know that. We're going to go look that up. I am curious. Archers. Oh, there it is down there. Okay. Archers have a default 55 strength, so we actually got a plus 10 here. They have a default 43 intelligence. We got a plus 7 here. Default 45 willpower. We got a plus 3 here. Default 60 agility. We got a plus 6 here. A default 52 endurance. We got a plus 5 here. A default 45 personality. We got a plus 7 here. A default. No. Sorry. I have. Whoop. I shift from looking at Archer to Barbarian at some point. God bless. 55, 43, 45, 60, 50. So you got plus 7. Personality 44. Okay, yeah. Speed 53. We got a plus 10 in that. And luck 50. Sick. Okay. I think we'll keep this instead of me bothering to reroll. Take this up to a 50. Take this up to a 60. I strongly dislike the agility attribute. I really do not value it at all in this video game. I consider it really, really unimportant given how combat formulae work. So I'm kind of like, do I even care about taking that up to 70? I guess I'll choose the care. And I'm going to resist the urge to put all of my points from this day forward into speed until the heat death of the universe. I'll resist it. We'll give ourselves 60 luck. Sure. But just so you know, all of my level up points from now until the end of the universe are going into speed. Great. As for our skills, so how leveling works in this video game. Daggerfall looks at skill advances. Daggerfall is going to look at you advancing all 3 of your primary skills. Daggerfall is going to look at you advancing the higher 2 of your major skills. And Daggerfall is going to look at you advancing your highest minor skill. So, for me to advance my character level, I can improve archery, hand-to-hand, and dodging. Now, I can only use one weapon skill at a time. However, archery and hand-to-hand, I can swap between those pretty easily. That's great. The dodging, that's going to happen. It's just going to happen. It's going to be slow, but it's going to happen. Major skills, critical strike is just going to happen. One of these two is probably going to be relegated to like Fighters Guild training. Minor skills, it's like running is just going to happen. It just will. I might invest the points into climbing or swimming, though, at early start. I think I'm actually going to invest the points in the climbing at early start. And if we encounter any watery dungeons super early, I just leave them. Yeah, great. I'm going to go ahead and advance the points here into archery. And we'll just put that stuff in the critical strike. So, minor skills wise, if I level up climbing from 22 to 23, that's going to give me some advancement in leveling up my character. But what's really going to happen is running is going to eventually overtake climbing. And once it does, then that will start factoring into me leveling up instead. It's been, 2 years since I played Daggerfall, but the knowledge is still there. We're going to pick very high reflexes. Monsters move and attack quickly, forcing you to be quick with the controls. Characters advance a little slower with a lower reflex setting and a little faster with a higher reflex setting. It adjusts the character advancement ever so slightly, speed-wise. Really, it's just a fun difficulty thing. I've played a lot of Daggerfall. Stully here. Let's get to work. Pay attention.
400 years after Tiber Septim's reign, the beginning will meet the end, and the bloody circle will close at the Empire of Tamriel. The unworthy heirs of the Septim dynasty have allowed the bonds of the Empire to weaken and crack. Uriel Septim, the Seventh, cannot repair what his ancestors ignored. The provinces fight among themselves like neglected children, drunk with rebellion, and one indomitable power hides itself, but not forever.
The Septim lineage has been degenerating over the generations. The current emperor, who was rescued after the events of Arena, sucks and can't control his territory.
Excuse the gloom, but none may know of this meeting. The nature of my trouble is darker still. Over a year ago, King Lysandus of Daggerfall died honorably on the field of battle. He was as loyal a subject, ally, and friend as you are. I did grieve for him, but his spirit does not rest. With a spectral army, he haunts his former kingdom, crying for revenge. I do not know why a good and loyal man would be so cursed. Perhaps you can find the answer and close the marble jaws of oblivion, bringing peace to his soul. I ask this as your emperor and your friend. I have one lesser request. Several years ago, I wrote a letter to the Queen of Daggerfall. It never arrived. The letter was of a sentimental and personal nature. If you find and destroy that letter, I will be grateful. Now, my champion, rest well this night, for tomorrow you sail for the kingdom of Daggerfall.
So, that was our emperor and friend, apparently. Wow, yowie wowie. You wake and look around the room. Some hours ago, you were in a boat en route, or route if you prefer, to Daggerfall, when a storm of supernatural strength boiled over the Iliac Bay like a malefic creature. Your boat was destroyed, but you managed to swim through the churning water to a promontory rock. There you found a cave and escaped the fury of the storm. You had only just lit a small fire when a mudslide sealed you within. Your fear of being buried alive calmed when you saw the corridor leading out of the cavern. Perhaps there is a way out of this cave after all. Once free of the cave, you can begin the Emperor's quest. Daggerfall Unity has an updated tutorial. I don't need that. I'm good. Now, the first thing you need to do whenever you play this video game, I stress this and some have used this information for good, is save the fucking game. Daggerfall Classic gives you 6 save slots. You save, pick any one of them you want, save the fucking game. Because if you die and you don't have a save, guess who's going back to character creation? It's you. These are my controls. I have adjusted them a little. I will probably adjust them more. This is a clean installed Daggerfall Unity. We'll see what I feel like doing. All right. That's my weapon pullout command. That's my switch hands command. This opens up our inventory. I'm glad you could think of me. It's good. Now, another thing I should say. The dungeon we're in is called Privateer's Hold. In the CD jewel case for Daggerfall, which I do still have intact, is a guide for how you might survive the horrors of Privateer's Hold. This dungeon is small, but it does not fuck around. We have an iron longbow. We have problems. Oh, good. We started with iron gauntlets and we can't use the iron gauntlets. Great. Wonderful. Fantastic. What are our books? The True Berinzia, Part 8. And A Tale of Kieran. Oh my. Not A Tale of Kieran. Okay. The recorded tale. How long is this? I forget how long the recorded tale of Kieran is. Good. We scroll to the end. Saw that. Can I page up this? No. But I could mouse wheel. All right, Chad. If you're good, we'll spend some time reading the lore. We've read through some of these books before, including a number of the parts. And then A True Berinzia. Yeah. Something else to look forward to as well, but only if you're good. Okay? All right. Here is Stu, our archer. 65 strength, we are athletic. 50 intelligence, we're cunning with 25 spell points. 50 willpower, we're stable with a +5 to our magical resistance. With 70 agility, we're dexterous with a +2 modifier to our combat odds. With a 60 endurance, we're very healthy. Hit point gain happens when you level up. It's not retroactive. So increasing my endurance up to 100 from here, but I'm level 10, won't benefit those earlier levels, just future levels. I'm interesting, which is like a damning with faint praise kind of word. I'm fast, and I'm lucky. We have no affiliations at this time. Skills, we do 48 hand-to-hand damage, which is great. Frankly, despite my high archery skill, the fact that I'm using an iron longbow right now, it means that we may have to solve some problems with our hands. These skills and their miscellaneous skills. Still up to 10%. The miscellaneous skills don't factor into our level progression. This is a stealth game, wink. And you start most of the way to level 2. History allows us to see what our advantages and disadvantages for this class is. We have an expertise in missile weapons. We have an easier time hitting with them. We can't use shields at all, and we can't use plate armor, which is unfortunate because plate armor is the most interesting armor in this video game. Most of the default classes cannot use plate armor. So we have access to leather armor, and we have access to chain armor. And frankly, you might have just, whoop-de-fucking-do. When you were 3 or 4, you became lost from your parents for several days. You do not remember much about that time lost in the desert land, except that a group of strange creatures rescued you from a band of malevolent wizards. Hold on, what? What a sentence. Welcome on in. Let's try that again. First sentence. When you were 3 or 4, you became lost from your parents for several days. You do not remember much about that time lost in the desert land, but apparently, except that a group of strange creatures rescued you from a band of malevolent wizards. I'm glad we remember that part. When you finally made it back to your parents' house, you described your rescuers and were told they were the Daedra from the Plane of Oblivion. Even today, you remember some words of their language. Well, that's good. When you were of age, you joined the local militia to see more of the world. You excelled at the training the militia gave you in archery. There seemed to be no limit to the distance you could shoot an arrow, and you were often used by your masters as the model for less adept students. In a few years' time, you became a master yourself. The shot that changed your fortune, however, was a bad shot. You missed the tree you were aiming for and struck the branches of a tree across the road, frightening a concealed assassin who was waiting for the caravan of Prince Sepphoris, son of the Emperor. The assassin was brought to the authorities, and the head of the militia, desirous of imperial reward, told the story of your misaimed arrow as if it were an expert shot from a loyal subject. This arrow is fucking sick! You soon found yourself invited to court as a member of the Imperial Guard. In the court of the Emperor, you continued to practice your archery, and in addition, learned many new techniques from the daily hand-to-hand practice. To stay motivated, you realized you had a great destiny ahead of you, and that gave you strength for the endless hours of work and the weariness of weapon drills. You were overjoyed when you received word that the Emperor had a quest for you, one that required the utmost tact and unswerving loyalty. When you came to the palace that night, you were surprised to find that the Emperor was not surrounded by his usual large retinue, merely his chief advisor, the Imperial Battle Mage Okato. There you were told of the affair of Daggerfall. One of the few joys in playing a default character class is that you get to read the biography tailored for that default class. Which, if you were to make a custom class, if you were to want to see like the Archer biography, you'd probably have to pick one for one the skills offered. So yeah, Okato's name actually dropped. Great. Okay, so yeah, we have been brought on a quest of utmost tact and unswerving loyalty. We were told of the affair of Daggerfall. We tried to kill the assassin who was waiting for the caravan of Prince Sephoris. We exposed him instead. And apparently we were rescued from malevolent wizards by Daedra when we were a child. This is because, I'm friendlier than most with the Daedra, as I chose in biography, and apparently that explains why. All right. Great shit. So, we're going to do this slow. I could do this fast. I've shown off plenty of times doing this fast. Like, we'll treat this as like baby's first time playing Daggerfall, We've got a rat in here that might beat this character's ass. I said might. Next up, we have a giant bat that has ended many a character. This giant bat is a great check on, do you have a combat-capable character? Do you have better than an iron weapon? What's that? You don't? Oh, I got some bad news. We'll get to that momentarily. Thankfully, despite the iron weapon, I do have 50 in archery. That's great. Let's go ahead and roll for Wolfar. For our super exciting limited edition high stakes game. That's a 14 and a 1. Thankfully, we drop the 1. That's just a 14. That's not good enough. All right. Moving along. This room has an imp in it. Iron weapons cannot harm imps. We would have to fisticuffs the imp. Now, the imp has some magicka and could rip this character apart with a spell if we fail to save against it. The imp has a small treasure pile in it. The imp can carry small amounts of treasure. Frankly, that's the imp's room as far as I'm fucking concerned. Imp gets to keep that room. We have another imp rat in here.
Always up to no good.
Always up to no good indeed, Mobius 1 AC4. I appreciate that. Slathering me in wealth, bathe me in the dollary dues. Our rat's been handled. Okay, we've got a roguish human over here. Humans come in different class flavors in this game. They level scale with you. They are the only enemies in this game to level scale with you. Though you may end up seeing harder enemies in dungeons at higher levels. The roguish enemy type matters because of that. They do a triple swing attack, and you will find that your health melts pretty rapidly. They might only just do one swing, Now, I am darting into medium range combat because I don't want to get shot with arrows either. Like that. Those are the first 2 points of damage I took, and you could see, it did a number on us. However, we have prevailed. We shall wear this helmet and this leather right pauldron, and these chain greaves, and these leather boots, and we shall take these 12 arrows. Roughly how many skill points? I don't know the answer to that, Glodran. You would have to look that up on the unofficial Elder Scrolls page. You know, it having been 2 years, you know, remember the exact combat formula and how skill level factors into it. Material quality does matter for plus 10 bonuses on the upgrades in general. Weapon material does matter the most. Hell, it could end up being like 10 points of skill, mattering for like the difference between iron and steel. Better weapon materials are also going to deal more damage. There goes that archer. Give me this. No, not that. I mean, I'll take it. I'll put that on. We'll put that on. Give that stuff. All right. Let's go ahead and slow walking privateers hold. Ho. Slow walking privateers ho. There we go. Now, this will take us to like a large audience, like royal type room. Welcome on in, welcome on in. My beard sustains its length. Attrition and all. Staircase, there's a giant bat, there's a skeleton warrior. We could rush up there. Over here are 2 imps. Two rats, not imps. God. In classic Daggerfall, I've shown off the joys of pickpocketing from rats. Daggerfall Unity doesn't give rats pockets from you to pickpocket from. It's a great way to get early access to the Thieves Guild. Pickpocketing rats. Find all kinds of things in rat pockets. Giant bat just died. That's likely the... Oh, by the way, this map. The giant bat that's in this room, a monster infighting is a toggle that's on by default in Daggerfall Unity. That giant bat likely threw down with the skeleton warrior. Skeleton warrior's problem for this character. What's my health at? 26 of 41. Okay. Giant bear in a cubby hole. Giant bear can have the cubby hole. I don't need to take the cubby hole for the giant bear. That thief was easier to deal with than the first one. Now, let's see the face. Yeah, let's put on that chain. Armor doesn't sell for much. This armor isn't going to sell for much, so I'm not going to bother hoarding it along. Get out of here, buckler. Grimith, you have more carrying capacity. Yeah, I know. So fucking what? Ivory? That's an ingredient. And sell for... Fuck, a giant bat was ready to pounce, man. Like, yes! Open this door. I have such sights to show you. And then the end. Being careful with how I move down that ramp. Don't snap my legs. Looks like my foe is having some... Frankly, this is just a waste of arrows at this point. You hear me? You're a waste of arrows. What are we down to now? 12? Yeah, okay. Can I be serenaded by the giant bear as I have a snooze? Yeah, let's snooze. All right. we level up. We get between half our max HP for our class and our max HP for our class, which I don't know off the top of my head. Archers get 16 hit points per level per the unofficial Elder Scrolls wiki. So I got the minimum roll of 8 plus my endurance modifier of 1. Yeah. I would have gotten 9 to 17 hit points. I got 9. So that's the worst. And then you get 4 to 6 attribute points per level. That we got 4. All right. Strong level 2 for our character. You can save and load the game when you know you're going to level up, regen your health, and your attribute point allotment. It doesn't bother me. Bats do not have pockets in Daggerfall Unity now. All right. So, this room, just a little dead-end thing. If this were a larger dungeon, it would connect to like a different module. I think it might have a bat in it. Up ahead to the right is going to be our first imp. We'll save the game as level 2. I'm going to commit to this. If I get wiped by the imp, then, you know, we would have a new level generation where I would almost assuredly have more hit points. Now, I'm going to go ahead and flip the hand-to-hand here because my iron bow will not harm this imp. Never mind that it's the quality of the bow that matters and not the quality of the arrows. We don't care about arrow quality. All right, let her rip, bud. There is a clip of me and Privateer's Hold spiking this imp into the ground, killing it in the process. That's pretty satisfying. 4 gold pieces. Put to the bow. It's not going to go anywhere. See? Case of point. And me touching that opens up this secret area back here. The Wild Elves. Oh. And some plain robes. Pretty plain. And then Vampires of the Iliac Bay Part 1. A whole lot of reading to do. A skeleton warrior killed the giant bat that was down there. That skeleton warrior will present real problems for this character. Skeleton warriors are unique among enemies in that unless I'm using a bludgeoning weapon, they're going to take half damage. My iron longbow doesn't deal that much damage, and it's a pretty cruddy material. My bludgeoning weapons consist of the steel flail. I would be better off using my hands. The skeleton warrior also has some hit points and deals some amount of damage. I don't have to have this fight, but we'll try it. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on in, welcome on in. $7. Come on. Ow. Got caught on the damn table. There we go. Actually had a steel mace. I've had fights with that thing that have taken much longer. Thankfully, this character has hand-to-hand combat at a decent level with some decent strength. When you got hand-to-hand combat, that bypasses all material requirements for like hitting enemies, which is how I could kill an imp with my hands. You could rip apart Daedra with your hands when you'd normally need like a mithril or better. We're going to sleep and recover our hit points. Character's not a quick healer. We've got an orc down this hallway here, this little room. Hi, how you doing? Greetings and salutations to you. Boop. That covers the face. We'll take those. Am I wearing greaves? Oh, yeah. We're wearing greaves. Sick. We have shirt options? Damn it. What shirt do we want to wear? Note that you can use some of these as well. There we go. That looks fancy. Yeah. Put them away, damn it. Up here? Takes us back into this room. Was there a loot pile in here? No. Orc was just playing around with a bunch of stuff. Little throne up there. We'll touch on this in a bit. Over here takes us to where we fought the archer and the two rats. In here is another. It's a larger cubby hole, but it also contains a giant bear. We don't. Well, the bear can keep that room, quite frankly. This is how secret doors look in this game. Different textures. Some pop easier than others. We got bats in here. At least one. Let's get to it. Maybe. Possibly. How many arrows do I have? 12. Hello? Advanced combat AI, my ass. Get out of here. All right. This is our way to progression. There's a rat in, I think, up here. Yeah, hey, bud. I think the rat's guarding a loot pile. All right. Get these hands. There we go. Ever just roundhoused a rat before? There we go. Here's what my camera here is. I think there's a loot pile back here. Locke has nothing to fear from me. Well, here's a great demonstration of locked doors in this game. In dungeons. We forcefully assert our superiority over the door, lock, and then the door opens. All right. Yeah, we picked it by hand, all right. We've got two enemies coming up here. They're both archers. Hey. Get out of here. Deleted. That on. Get this peasant leather armor out of here. Same greaves. Give me your 2 arrows. Sure. Do I want that aesthetic? We need like a different splash of color, though, right? Yeah, we need a different splash of color. I guess I'll take that. I'll take that. You know what? Let go of the armor there. Good. All right, other archer's turn. Whoop. Ow, 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 ow. My bones. Wasn't that big of a deal. Daedra's Heart. That actually will be an ingredient I carry with me. You have to go to special ingredient dealers for the alchemical reagents, but the base value on that one's pretty good. That's worth the 1 kilogram of carrying capacity. And some chain boots. Yeah, we're on a full chain. Excellent. Where are you going? Well, I guess that's probably a leather helmet. Yeah. That +3 modifier there would need like a +6. I think that's how that works. All right. Those 2 archers down. Head up the stairs here. Our character is combat capable, as demonstrated. That is important to stress. That's something I very much stress to people who are initially struggling with this game. If you don't have a combat capable character, you need to run the fuck out of this dungeon. More on that in a bit. And if you don't know how to run the fuck out of this dungeon, you will learn how to run the fuck out of this dungeon if you want to play this game. Not a combat capable character. We're able to solve these problems, which is great. There's some monster infighting. There's a rat, a bat, and an imp in our escape room. Archer's able to wear gloves. Sure, if I found leather or chain gauntlets. I started with iron gauntlets, though, and we can't wear those. So the rat and bat are on the same team due to how, like, the monster grouping works in Daggerfall Unity. Figured I'd shoot that there to show you that this bow cannot harm that imp. So the rat and bat wouldn't attack each other, but the imp is definitely not on the same team. We could just go. No. Now, if monster infighting were off, everyone would just be waiting to dogpile on us. This is, like, an incredibly compelling feature for Daggerfall Unity for me. It still might be the most attractive feature of Daggerfall Unity for me. It's something I wanted in the base game when I was a kid. Monster infighting. Doom has monster infighting. Why the fuck does a Daggerfall? Very exciting. Monster infighting. Yeah, everything above chain armor is banned. So, that's our dungeon exit. The dungeon exits are going to look like this. Never mind that this is kind of floating over the wall. This, it looks like, you know, a cross over here. When you go into a dungeon, it's a mini-map. And the mini-map will give you a general indication of where you are, your player marker, and where the entrance and exit position beacon is. Privateers holds a small dungeon. They get much larger. All right. I'm not done in here yet, though. We have other business. That was an imp and not a green burp. Skeleton warrior down a hallway over here. Oh! Forgot about you, bud. Stealth. Stealth. Ah! Maybe I shouldn't have called out that it was stealth. What a fool! It's like, wait a fucking moment. I have no arrows. It's true. That's factually correct. I have no arrows. When you have no arrows, it automatically puts your bow away, so I had to draw my weapon again. That's gross. Hey, I'm gonna need those back. Said I'm gonna need those back. Don't you me. Yes, the torment, the endless torment that you endure in your unlife. Endless. This is great training for me as a player to dust off my Daggerfall combat skills. There we go. Boner Nation back on the menu, Lethal. All right. There we go. There is another skeleton and another thief rogue type up ahead. We'll have a chat with them. With my 5 arrows. Hello. Got him. Shake my fucking hand. What's that? You're dead? Let's see the permanent. Elven Greaves! Alas. That's plate armor. We can't wear that. We cannot carry any more stuff. We are overburdened. And Skeleton Warrior in a little cubby hole. A bit bigger than a cubby hole. Past that door right there. All right. That is a tour of Privateer's Hold. Handle that despite getting the absolute minimum output from our level 2 hit point and stat point wise. But this is a combat-capable character. We've made it outside. But let's say you have a shitty character. A character that will maybe get good once you get to like a Mage's Guild. Or maybe it will never get good. Well, let's start from here and begin running. Obviously, if you have lower speed, you're gonna move slower. But I've done this jaunt with some pretty slow characters, pretty slow, flimsy characters. So I don't want to hear your fucking excuses about, your stick figure falling apart on one of those giant bats. Goodbye. There. That easy. So, we're free. It's the 5th of Morningstar. We spent an extra day in that dungeon. Now let's look at the quest log. I am on a mission from the Emperor to investigate the shade of King Lysandus. His spirit has been haunting the city of Daggerfall. The Emperor himself has charged me the duty of laying his ghost to rest. There is also the minor matter of a letter he sent to the Queen of Daggerfall. If I should find out what happened to the letter, he would be most appreciative. Before landing in Daggerfall, a sudden storm capsized the ship. I barely made it into this cave. All right. Well, now we're out of there. What time of day is it? It's going to be a great morning then. Let's get our run on. The Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall doesn't render much in the way of elevation or draw distance. You would need the Eye of Argonia mod for the draw distance. So this would not be as exciting of an uphill sprint in the base game. But it's still very much traversable. In Arena, the dungeons and the cities were in separate instances. So you would run out of a place, then you'd load up something else. No seamless transition. Daggerfall, with enough patience and perseverance, we could jog all across the Iliac Bay in real time. Entering Gothway Garden, this is a reasonable enough starting location, right next to Privateer's Hold. Mage's Guild over there, that's not for our character, unfortunately. Our character is very limited in the magical arts. We've got this, which pretends like it's a tavern, but it's not actually a tavern. That happens sometimes. Around here, you've got the Temple of Zendikar, the Temple of Mara, Fighters Guild over there. You've got a Rusty Relics general store there. A bunch of general stores in general. A small graveyard. Guilds don't open until 11 a.m. This game taught me a 24-hour clock. At the Superior General Store. Gondon's Quality Supply Store. Now, in the bottom left corner, I didn't talk about this stuff. We got a blue bar. That's my mana juice, spell points. I got 25 of them. Half of my intelligence. The green bar is my health, and the red bar is my fatigue. That depletes as I'm doing anything, but it depletes more quickly with strenuous activities. I drop to 0 fatigue, I collapse. If I'm near monsters, I'll die. I drop to 0 health, I die. Been playing Daggerfall since 1.0. This was not the shop track, Daggerfall 1.0. Instead, an in track ended up being the shop track instead. It was jarring whenever I swapped to a patch that actually had that fixed. Because it was not intended for that in track to be the shop track. It was intended for this to be the shop track. I'm here for a cart. I'm also here to look at clothes. But I don't care that much. I'm definitely here to also look for arrows and better bows. Okay. So, we got the cart. We will put the cart before the horse. You have bargained me long and hard, Stully. Let us be done. I would normally charge more, but for you, I only ask 137 gold pieces. Truly it is but a pittance. Yes, but a pittance indeed. Elven Warhammer, Steel Shortbow. There are two flavors of bow. Shortbow, longbow. And then the various materials. Okay. The bow's not going anywhere. We'll just wagon this stuff for the moment. Our books, we have to do a little bit of reading before I sell the books, right? Just want to show off what prices you could expect and say, this is an average quality general store. We sell things, we get less money. We buy things, they'll cost more money. But you're likely to see higher quality goods here. Like that formal brassiere. Like this cart, for example, costs 198 gold here. Do not buy multiple carts. Don't do that to yourself. They do not stack. And on old Daggerfall, you'd be likely to break the fucking video game. Don't do it. Okay. There's also a shelf that's up here that we can vend from. 20 arrows. If I really wanted to train up my mercantile skill, I would buy 1 arrow at a time, 1 arrow at a time, 1 arrow at a time, until I thought that mercantile would advance, and then that'd be great, that'd be wonderful. We're just going to buy these. There we go. We needed some arrows. The arrows say they have weight. Don't worry about it. It's fine. See problems? I don't see problems. All good. Let's get out of here. I will make a decision on a bow to purchase. Let's say better appointed shop. Once I am done checking the 5 general stores here in town. So far, that elven short bow is tops. I don't want to be purchasing anything else. Steel longbow. Was it an elven short bow? I saw, or was it a steel short bow? You know, I forget already. I'll buy those arrows. You know, those cost a few more gold than the last store I was in. Again, shop qualities. They are the same arrow. Iron longbow. All right, so steel longbow here. Here. Grimith blinks rapidly. There, my God. And it's something that I can't afford. All right, very good. Let's get on our card. Being listeners of the card sounds. We can't jump around on the cart, but we can still definitely strafe. That's very important. Have your horse and cart strafe. If you run into like a crisis situation while at a role-playing game, like sitting at the table with your friends and your DM tells you about a situation that you can solve with a strafing horse, just show them proof from this video game that your horse strafes. A steel short bow. Okay. And then up here. Steel short bow. Okay, let's save the game in case of crashing. Gothway Garden shop time. And then finally the shop. Incense and soft music soothe your nerves as you cross the threshold. Each item in the shop is carefully mounted and displayed. The slightest defect can be detected in any item within. Excellent, Lethal. This has an elven short bow. It will cost me a few coins to get this. Yeah. Thanks to the higher quality material, now I'm also in the highfalutin shop. Alright. Well, there is an elven bow here. So I can raise the money pretty easily, thanks to the books I have on tap. As the books do sell for a good amount of cash. We could also take a loan from the bank. I choose not to abuse the power of banking in this video game. You can withdraw 50,000 gold per level from a bank as a loan, and you'll have a year to pay it back with some interest. You can do that in every region in this game. Take a loan here, 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 and then you're rich. Come to this shop, as this was the place where I'm going to get the best value, and yes, that was steel here. Which means before I sell these books, let's read one of them. We'll read Vampires of the Iliac Bay Part 1. There are over 100 distinct kinds of vampire in Tamriel. The Iliac Bay region alone has 9 variations of unique powers and abilities. I have this information not only because I have been researching this blight of the world for the last 10 years of my life, because for the 7 years before that, I was one of the creatures. Vampirism is a disease like brain rot or cholera, but far, far more insidious. One can become a vampire through certain magical items or by the curse of a powerful wizard. The most common cause, the bite or scratch of a vampire. There are no symptoms of vampirism except this. The victim sleeps after the attack, but before he becomes a vampire, his sleep will be plagued with nightmares. Yeah, that does happen. Yeah, that does. During this 2 to 4 day period when the disease has been spread, but the victim is still mortal, most any temple healer can remove the curse of vampirism. There will be no further warning. This is true. I do not remember dying. I had been a scout for an order of knights who shall go nameless for this. A daughter of a local nobleman had been kidnapped by a mysterious character, and my captain had located his hideout. Deep in the dank underground chambers, I searched until I found the girl. What remained of her, a corpse the color of snow, drained of every drop of blood. I knew what the mystery man was right then, but he found me before I found the exit out. He took a good-sized hunk out of my fighting arm before I managed to outrun him. I figured I was lucky to be alive. Some luck. My trip back to the Knightly Order was a 5-day journey. I decided to get some rest early to get my arm in better shape in case I found any more trouble. I can't remember the dreams I had that night, only that I was doing something horrible and I couldn't stop myself. That happens, yeah. I woke up screaming. The next night at an inn a little closer to my destination, my sleep was deep and dreamless. On the third night, I died. Of course, I didn't know that I died. I had gone to sleep in a nice warm feathered bed, and I woke on a cold wet stone mortuary slab. Dazed, I opened the door to the mausoleum I was in, which I think must have been locked. I was in a cemetery not far from a town I knew, so I wandered in. It was late at night, so there were precious few souls in the streets. I paused to read a public notice and noticed the date. The date was 2 weeks later than I thought it must have been. As I puzzled over that, I saw a girl, a wench at my favorite tavern in the town, wandering toward me. I hailed her. She ignored me. I called her by name, and she turned to me smiling, but with an expression that told me she did not know who I was. I visited her tavern on my way over to the mystery man's hideout, but she didn't know me. I told her my name. She angrily told me that it was a very poor joke. I looked nothing like the brave knight who used to visit that town, and that if I didn't know, he was dead. This is when you die. When you become a vampire, you do die, you do wake up in a graveyard, and all of your reputation levels are reset. Which means if you have joined an invitation-only guild, well, you're kicked out of those, but the game doesn't send you another invitation, so you'll never be able to rejoin them. Well, yeah, like the Fighters Guild, the Mages Guild, the Temple Order, yeah, fucker. You died. My emotions were a tangled... You know, it has been so long, so I've read that word. I don't remember how to pronounce it.
Skein.
Skein. There we go. I could tell she was not joking, but I looked nothing like myself. I was touched by her sorrow at my death and horrified by the idea dawning on me of what I'd become. No, we're just reading a book. Suddenly, an overriding instinct overcame all my thoughts. Hunger. Without even thinking about what I was doing, I reached out and tore her throat open. I drained her until she looked like the corpse in the Mystery Man's dungeon. The rest of my story is told in Vampires of the Bay, Chapter 2. Oh my God! We'll have to wait for the exciting continuation of the story. I'll write down that I have read this in this playthrough. We are now selling this book. You may now have this book. I'll give the price I only offer to my closest friends and family. The market value of that is much less, but I think I can give you 349 gold. All right, 609. How long was the Wild Elves book? Oh, excellent. In the wilds of most every province of Tamriel, descended philosophically, if not directly, from the original inhabitants of the land, are the Islands. The Islands, yes. Commonly called the Wild Elves. With 3 races of elven stock, high, wood, dark, assimilated well to the new cultures of Tamriel. These eyelids and their brethren have remained aloof of our civilization, preferring to practice the old ways far from the eyes of the world. The Wild Elves speak a variation of Old Cyrodiilic and not Tamrielic, separating themselves further even than their more urbanized elven cousins. In temperament, they are dark-spirited and taciturn, though they doubtless act differently with outsiders, or Palani in their tongue, than with their own tribes. Indeed, one of the finest sages of the University of Gwelum was a civilized eyelid elf, whose published work on wild elves suggests a lively, vibrant culture. This is one of the very few eyelids to speak freely on his people and religion, and even he said the nature of the tribes of eyelid are multi-hued, their personalities often wildly different from their neighbor tribes. Like any alien culture, wild elves are often feared by the simple people of Tamriel. The eyelids continue to be one of the greatest enigmas of the continent of Tamriel. They seldom appear in the pages of written history in any role, and then only as a strange sight that a chronicler stumbles upon before they vanish into the wood. When probable fiction is filtered from common legend, we are left with almost nothing. Mysterious ways of the eyelids have remained shrouded since before the First Era and may well remain so for thousands of years to come. Get this book out of my inventory. Sells for a lot. Ta-da, we've got our bow money. Let's write down that we've read about the eyelids. We haven't read any of the 2 books we started with. But I know A Tale of Kieran is long, and the True Barinzia Part 8 also takes a little bit of reading to do as well. Go get that bow. Hey, I'm back. That's the steel short bow. Was it here and has just now moved to the bottom? Yeah. All right. 432 gold pieces. Excellent. Don't want to buy some clothes? We'll find clothes as we go. That's quitter talk. We need better clothes. Well, hold on. We gotta do some clothes shopping. Hold on. Let's take out the bow temporarily too. What do we have here? We'll buy at the fancy place. What kind of fancy clothes do you have at the fancy place? Got ourselves a red wrap. We got ourselves a spiky formal brassiere. Plain robes. The formal Eodoric. Got some tights. That peasant blouse down there. And what was up here for clothes? The loincloth. Oh, the Khajiit suit. Yeah, we'll buy a Khajiit suit. There we go. Now, we can wear a Khajiit suit underneath the formal Eodoric, right? Due to how those particular layers work. We sure can. I don't think I can justify spending that much gold on that, though. Khajiit suit it is. Stealth. All right. We've actually covered enough time now that the guilds are open, which is exciting. Barbo. Hi, how's it going? Any news? Bye, Pelagius, just what I need. What? Any news? Teachers of Akataj and Alec were close allies until that incident at the palace. All right, Stully, you have 1 minute of my time. Dwinin paid a large peace fee to teachers of Kinnereth. Hopefully that will stop their quarreling. Hopefully. Hopefully the agents of the Underking don't end up at war with the Mages Guild, and then by me doing quests with the Mages Guild, that lowers my relationship with the agents of the Underking, which breaks my ability to do the main quest. It is. I never understood why the Order of the Lily and Teachers of Arcane were feuding. At least that's over now. Go be a fighter. There you go. What's up? Yes, you look like the sort of warrior we could use in the Fighters Guild. We offer skills training, special discounts on armor and weapon repairs, and very profitable work assignments. In addition, you always have a place to rest in any Fighters Guild. For free. Are you interested? I dare say I am. Excellent. Welcome to the Fighters Guild. Your rank currently is Apprentice. All right. So, we can sleep here now. It's great. We've got just some bloke hanging out. We've got the guild master who oversees quests. This is the skill trainer. This guy handles equipment repairs, and that's it. When we sleep in here, this is where we wake up with our wonderfully shaped pillows. Immaculate pillows. Corners on them are ever so crisp. I'm pretty low on fatigue after all the running around that I've been doing. So
Wait to use it.
I can't wait to use this. Aaron, I appreciate it. Forgot that was a sound alert that I had. Jumping, mercantile, stealth, running, hand-to-hand, archery, critical strike. Yeah, good shit. How far along are we? We are 20% of the way to level 3. Skills are looking okie dokie. Running is getting there to surpass climbing. All right, Guildmaster. Start us off. Give us a super easy one that spawns an enemy right here. Don't make it a harpy. Don't make it a spider. Shit. Oh. Big stretch. Give Give me one moment. Sometimes your time is not your own. These things happen because it's the daytime. Okay. We handle this as well. All right. I think we're good. Yeah, appreciate it, Arn. Go with wild animal. I am Medora Kingfield. We have a request from a local citizen. It seems a wild animal has gotten into his place. We need someone to go kill the thing. The guild will pay 159 gold. Do you want it, Stoolie? Yeah, I should note, by the way, that the Fighters Guild doesn't... He says, I should note, and then it's gone. I mean, they do care about archery, so it's not a problem. They don't care about hand-to-hand. That's what I wanted to say. So if you, like, you make a character that cares primarily about hand-to-hand, the Fighters Guild is going to look at, like, your weapon skills to see whether you're a suitable joinee, and they're going to like, you are terrible in weapons? Like, I'm a pugilist. Pugilist, even. Like, fuck you. You're not a fighter. Get the hell out of here. All right, we're going to go to the first class supply store and attempt to slay a bear. This could be a spider. This could be a fucking harpy. First class supply store, huh? Oh, I'm going to be in a fucking box of this damn bear. By the way, there's the bank. God. All right. Welcome to the bear box. How you doing? The bear is dead. Mission accomplished. Thankfully, our character is competent and capable of combat. Or that could have been much worse. Job done. That's going to be 5 rep with the Fighters Guild. Hell yeah. Increasing your reputation for the Fighters Guild just gets you more profitable work assignments. I think it lowers the repair costs, and eventually the Fighters Guild would be open 24/7 for you. There you go. Ta-da! Exciting. Oh, and we have a slight chance every time we do that job or a slew of other Fighters Guild jobs that they'll give me a free dungeon map. We didn't know where the Gathering of Evelina, it was. Well, now we know. We just want to go out there and explore a dungeon on our own. Yeah, pretty understandable request. It's true. Like, what the fuck? Give me another one. Go to the Buckingsmith residence. Okay. Hey. Could you tell me where this residence is? Listen, I don't give people directions to people who talk to me like that, all right? How about this? All right. Gonna be difficult. Just out here trying to kill a giant spider before it consumes you while you sleep. Northwest. All right. Ask several times. Oh, well. Hey, how about that? It's right there. The spider's in there. I have no room to dodge or move around. So, spiders have a paralyzing attack. This character, access to a free action custom creation spell is, so we just don't get paralyzed. Easy, right? Like, if I had room to dodge or move around, we're onto something. I think we're going to suffer our first character death here. Although that is a complicated room. I don't think this is counting as the hitbox for me to actually attack this damn thing. I don't like that I'm going to have to commit myself further to this. Pain in the ass room. Hear that? You're a pain in the ass room. Little tiny bedroom cubicle. How did your spider? Your spider? Yeah. How did your spider get in this room? I'm gonna attack the door. Fucking guards show up thinking I'm trying to bust something down. Or with yeah, that works. Fucking baby game for babies. Okay, sure. You know what? That takes us to 10 rep. You always want to have like a little cushion, because there's rep degradation. Things will gently glide towards 0. You're on the positive or negative side of things. Give me one more. One more run. One more run. The Garrisley residence has a harpy. One more run. One more run. The Yompton residence has a spider. So the harpy doesn't paralyze. The harpy just requires a weapon that's dwarven or better to hit. I would have to use my hands. You, Yompton residents. Literally would prefer, another bear. West? All right. You will mark it on my map eventually. Pretty close by. Sick. Do I want to save? Nah. Okay. The spider is going to be in this room ahead of me. There's going to be 2 doors. Both alike in dignity and fair Verona, where we lay our scene. There is a way for me to get elevated. All right. Hey, bud. There, I opened a door for you. All right, I'm going to open up another door. Door 2, the sequel to Door. Gonna be one of those nights, huh? Yeah. Afternoon, evening, yeah. Excuse me, sir. Don't suppose a spider figured out how to pathfind all the way here, huh? No. I hate everything. I hate everything. All right. Well, great. Excellent. Just don't get hit. Ta-da! There we go. A little bit of extra wiggle room. That's great. 3 for 3 on those. I killed a bear and surprisingly 2 spiders. Exciting. Doing some thinking. That's always dangerous. All right. Get on the card. You know what? For my immersion, we're going to just buy a horse. Also, there is this pixel here. This. Grimith that's bigger than the pixel. It's a rectangle. Yep. On the horse sprite. There it is. Actually had a broadcaster on Beam/Mixer point that out to me. I had not noticed it before. A number of folks were inspired to try the video game. She was one of them. And she had spotted that, and I was like, oh, never noticed that. Give me a horse. 905 gold. Oh, I don't think my immersion matters that much right now. I need that gold for shopping. We're going to the Mages Guild. I can't join the Mages Guild right now, but you don't need to be a member of the Mages Guild to access their store for spells. There's a Mages Guild over there. Now, it is worth noting that guilds, just like shops, have a shop quality. This will display when you enter these guilds in the base video game. For whatever godforsaken reason, this information doesn't come up in Daggerfall Unity, but it sure will influence shop prices. There they go. Hey, bud. If I were... Okay. Yeah. Good. For whatever reason, I remembered it cost like more. Excellent. This was needless risk I took. Facing those two spiders without the spell. I cannot access the Spellmaker to make my own spells without joining the Mages Guild, which would take some work to do. But we can have this. You can also buy a buoyancy spell? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll buy a buoyancy spell. Mm-hmm. Not that into the jumping spell. Not a stamina spell that I could cast once. Well, that's a compelling argument, Grimith. Sure. What the hell? We'll buy jumping. Jump around. Jump up to get down. Sort my spells. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Which goal does that leave me with? Yeah, it was important that I didn't buy the horse. Look, I'm here. Oh, members only. You can train at temples without being members, but they will charge you. Is it double or 4 times the cost? But the guild trainers are members only. Well, let's go check the Temple of Kinnerth. Was it double or cost or 4 times the cost? Let's see, very quick check. You're the cure disease person? I'm not diseased, am I? Excellent. Yeah, it's 4 times. But I also thought 2 times, so, yeah. Cost scales up 100 times level. But for these temple trainers, when you're not a member of the temple order, be a member 1. It's 4x. Well, excellent. Oh, yeah, I have this option here. That's someone deeply inspired by Lethal Feline to make an entire Twitch name. Commemoration. I'll get a roll. Holy shit, that's 220s. All right. I don't have a double VIP badge for 220s, but Flailfist crowned. As a VIP, and no, that's not a stripper. She does accept donations, though. Praise the scholars, indeed. Fisting is alive and well. Dark blue one, you got it. Now that 220s have been spent, a 13 and a 9. By the 9. See ya. All right. Put that away. Go sleep. Celebrate. If sometimes praying for food and rent doesn't work, I gotta accept donations. She is, like, you do donate to her. That's the person in that building who takes donations. All right. Give me some training. My archery skill's too high. Me train you? You could teach the old trainer a few things at that, apprentice. So, no training in that. Does not offer training in hand-to-hand. I think we're going to take some training in Critical Strike. Yeah, give me some Critical Strike training. The skill actually does something in Daggerfall Unity, as opposed to base Daggerfall, where it was intended to do something. But there are a lot of video games like that, where things were intended to do things and didn't do the fucking things. You know, the latest official patch version of the game. Give me a free action. This is a restoration spell. We're gonna need to be familiar with it. What do I have my recast key bound to? F? Alright. Erotic busking. Alright. Excellent. The guild is actually in closed hours right now. It doesn't reopen until 11. We're going to be hanging around town here until probably until I hit level 3. I guess we could go to a dungeon dive to celebrate things. How many arrows do I have? 39? Got an elven bow. That does hit a lycanthrope. Yeah, I make bad choices. Sure. We'll need to, like, wait another 2 hours, is it? I think training's every 9 hours. Okay. Give me some Critical Strike again. We'll, practice that spell the few times we can. Let's get some sleep. Medical Restoration, Critical Strike. It's going to be pretty difficult for me to lower the cost of these down to the minimum of 5, but eventually it will happen. It'd be helpful so I could cast it 5 times, 5 times, 5 times. All right. Against my better judgment. Oh, hey, that fit. Give me a fucking hunt for a lycanthrope quest. We've got a little job you might be interested in. See, there's a loop, what you call your basic werewolf, wereboar, or some kind of werebeastie that bothered a lot of farmers in the area, and we need someone to kill it. I mean, 200 gold in your pocket. Wow, 200. That sound interesting to you? Sure. Great. Oh, Theodoric Laboratory, the old Theodoric Lab. Get a poor brute dead in 34 days. You better be on your way, kid. Yeah, better be on my fucking way. Old Theo, what the fuck? I wasn't used to, like, this looking like this. What? All right. Sure. Fine. Whatever. These are fine functionality. We'll travel recklessly, please. We'll sleep at it end. Sure, whatever. I don't have a recall spell, so we're going to have to walk out of the dungeon and then walk back. Okay, here's something I need to decide right now. in runs like this, where I have been some hell-blasted, basic class warrior-flavored thing, I have occasionally allowed myself to telly to exit after a dungeon completion. Will I allow myself to telly to exit after a dungeon completion so I don't have to walk all the fucking way back out of a dungeon? The recall spell is technically possible for this character to cast, but will require an immense amount of time invested in training mysticism. An immense amount of time in training mysticism. I'll decide maybe after I'm done with this dungeon. All right. Dungeon's got a little bit of size to it. This room. Oh, we're about to test out the advanced climbing. Hey. These enemies right now don't have any spells. As I level up more, they'll get spells. Take that. Give me those. I guess I could take all of this because I'm right next to a dungeon entrance. I'll even take the unicorn horn. We cannot wear anything higher than chain mail. Alright. Throw this as well. Just in this dungeon to have a good time. I'm not promising successful completion of the fucking dungeon. No promises. Let's use the chain to slow fall. I think this right here is giving me a compelling argument for Telly 2 exit upon dungeon completion. Good thing I got a buoyancy spell. We're going straight into the water. All right. This is not a terribly easy dungeon module to start off with, that's for sure. Hey. Bye. If I spin the left wheel, does that move this? One of these, like, moves the gate that's up there. I'm pretty sure one of these moves this wall. Alright. Doesn't mean it has to, though. We're gonna leave both of them on their default setting, then. Alright, this layout. Alright. It's going to control this elevator. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Apparently, this is going to control this elevator. That controlled this elevator. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Now, I do have a buoyancy spell for water walking. That's good. Character's actually not sinking here. I remember how to swim down. Hey, I don't have a water breathing spell, so if you got like a... Slaughterfish is not a werewolf. Or a wereboar. Alright. Very good. I'd like to go now. Advanced climbing, save me. In a base Daggerfall, or a Daggerfall Unity without the advanced climbing toggle, you cannot strafe or transition walls while you're climbing. So pretty useful. Right. Damn it. Pain in the ass dungeon. This module is one of the more obnoxious ones. It's fine. I'm fine. This is what I put the points into climbing for in character creation. Hey, I guess they do have spells after all. All right, that's our first death. Good. One of many for this fucking schmuck. Well, that's my only way to progress, because this down here is all going to be a dead end with the slaughter fish down there. Let's go confirm that. This was against my better judgment. I just thought this would be more entertaining. I do this sometimes, you know. Throw myself into a Daggerfall dungeon. This is what the early gameplay experience can be like for someone. I could barely maintain the spell. Yeah, it's just a slaughterfish down here. Sir, I would like to go now. Let's just save ourselves some time and just load back before I fell down there, yeah? Yeah. Save myself the time of climbing. As I'm going to have to climb up this fucking thing. Because the lever is too far away from the elevator. It's fine. This is my favorite computer role-playing game. I'm happy. Hey, I've made it up there before. Okay, I spot the archer. Not the archer, the mage. I saw you! The character's not even a terrible climber either. Is that 1 hit point? 2. It's just a waste of arrows. Yeah, I'm not gonna sink arrows into that. Might as well cast these spells. Oh, random encounter. Not really the room for it to spawn into existence until I... Here, you spawn into existence now? Oh, hey. Bonus mage. Well, that's good. Where was I? Medical climbing and thaumaturgy. Good. Good. Yeah, that was a bonus mage for sure. No promises on the completion of this dungeon. Caught myself. I'm back. All right. Had some fancy things. We'll take the elven stuff. Hey! That's a zombie. My concerns have intensified. Nah, there's no slow healing. Just the way it is. Zombies can deal up to 50 hit points of damage with a single strike. My character has a maximum of 50 hit points. So, when I heard the zombie, more than the shape of this module, hearing the zombie is like the first time I'm in this dungeon. I'm like, Hope there's not more of them. That did hurt. Oh, maybe one of the wheels down there moves that gate. Right. Hey. You guys good? They're good. They're fine. Never been better. We're just gonna sleep here. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Imp! Good news, I saved against the fireball. Good news, I saved against that spell. Now, we have prevailed in this combat. We're doing this early dungeon dive. Just for fun. Instead of just camping around at a fighter's guild for a bit to get stronger. I wanted to dive. So, we're diving. No promises. Okay. Let's take this way then. All right, I know this one. Gotcha. I'll take the silver blade. I don't hear our target in here. Let's go. Right, I forgot about the hallway with dudes. Going back to the game after not playing it for a couple of years. Dude hallway intensifies. Ooh. Very frosty. All right. Good, good. Paralyze and indecision about how to cast the spell on me. Excellent. Oh. Survive that. Narrowly. Narrowly. Let's, throw down some free action. Yeah. And sleep. Running and restoration. 34 days it was. It's going to take me 4 days to travel back there. We've got some time. The dude hallway has been cleared. In this particular layout of this module, there is nothing awaiting us back here. No secret door or what have you. There's a lot of dudes crammed in there. We're going to check a location up here. Up this ramp. There's ramp. Hey. You are not a lycanthrope. I have it on good authority. Alright. Takes care of this section. Let's get out of here. Doop 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 boop doop 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 doo. Where would I like to go from here? Don't want to go back into there. I think I want to stay in this area. This is a dead end room? Yeah. Hello? Any werewolves, wereboars, or grizzly bears? Because sometimes your target could actually be a grizzly bear for this quest. Alas, we cannot wear iron. Damn you, Archer default class. Hey. Alright. That was a narrow thing. We prevailed. Give me that. That's actually a chain helmet instead of a leather helmet. We're wearing chain. It's not iron armor. It's not better than iron armor. Chain is the highest. Not like our character's fucking allergic to chain. We're just prohibited from wearing plate mail. I'm going to take this bow as a backup bow, albeit one of worse quality. You can go through bow durability pretty quick in this game. I was too busy listening the zombie in the distance. Alright, fairy dragon scales, I don't care enough about that. It weighs 2.5 kilograms. I don't care enough about that either. La ba ba da 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 ba. Oh. This module? My face is contorted into a mild amount of pain. I'm going to swap off of using this bow right now. If my target is actually a lycanthrope, I want to be able to kill it with the bow. I'm not looking to become infected with lycanthropy. If it happens, it happens. I'm willing to tell that story. Yeah. The map in classic Daggerfall doesn't do as quick spinny stuff. But you definitely can get it in a printout of not just this, but a model that you rotate around as well. Took that. I'm not much interested into lycanthropy due to the immense character power that would be gained from it. I believe I have bothered to do one playthrough in all of the hundreds of hours I have broadcast. this game where I become a lycanthrope. We did have a vampire playthrough as well. Hey, zombie. Like I said, zombies deal 50 hit points of damage with their attacks. My maximum hit point total is 50. It's a problem. I'm deciding how far back I am capable of backpedaling. Zombies are also difficult to hit. Especially for a character who is level fucking 2 using a steel bow. Okay, let's say I don't take that way. It's left unresolved, though. How many arrows do I have now that I have emptied the fucking... Yeah, I could empty out all 19 remaining arrows and not kill the zombie. Confidence is limited with this character. Not that the character is squishy, you know, for a level 2 character. Though getting a minimum hit point roll sucked. There, we have bamboozled the zombie, assuredly. Zombie will not know how to resolve this crisis. We're somehow at a place I could sleep. That's funny. Where you shoot the sprite doesn't matter. Takes me to this module. Okay. I don't hear a bear or a lycanthrope. Ah. Maybe I should stand in place to get shot by the arrows. You know how many, like, in-town quests I could have done for the same amount of gold per quest compared to this dive? Bamboozled! It's all a trick. Oh, and my character getting diseased or poisoned is also a real problem, so... Okay. Fucking battle mage. Get out of here, damn it. Alright. Back I go to here. We'll map this out. Suppose I should sleep. Back in this reality. Sure. Okay. This was before I made the swap over to the iron bow. Hell, it's before I even found that bow. Not the iron bow. This was a steel bow I found. I would not have used an iron bow unless I was desperate. All right, back down here we go. Back to this intersection. Yes. Which was now a room. Has been cleared out. There's no secret doors leading out of this. back to this ramp where we're going to face a number of battle mages and a magi. Oh, this is before I even got the helmet. There it is. Wow. You can keep this leather helmet. Piece of junk. There's a steel longbow. We'll flip to now. This is where we fought and fled from the zombie. Memories. No promises. What a shot. Incredible. Spins around the corner, whips that out. All right. Yeah. Have a snooze. Yeah, zombie. Let's go this direction. Back to this module from hell. I gotta open this door, right? Yeah. Hold that thought. We'll, take a different angle. You know, I'd recognized this laboratory name because I've definitely been here in Theodric Laboratory. What I apparently forgot is that this dungeon, Theodric Laboratory, is a compilation of modules I wouldn't want to do unless I were a far more gifted character. Well, we're here. This leads down into the water? Yeah. I want to go this way. Take it back. I desperately take it back. I 100 million% take it back. I was wrong. I don't want to go that way. The terrible way. Everyone knows it. Everyone. Just evade the enemy. Future Grimith can enjoy that. Okay, so our target's not in here. Bummer that. This is definitely a potential quest location I have encountered before. However, it is not this time. Okay. I'm going to leave that watery hell for later. I do have a buoyancy spell, but it won't last long for a level 2 character. Oh. Magical form or Brazier. Exciting. It is not usable, so it's something that is cast when equipped. Exciting. Well, let's see what it does. That's speed. That's speed of Notorgo. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Little promises. I don't remember where this junction specifically leads to, so down we go. Yes. Yes, besides that. Those are just slaughterfish roars. They sound similar to a grizzly bear. All right. What? Yeah, I know I am carrying too much to stay afloat. Oh, and the door's locked on top of that? Pain in the ass dungeon? Where sharks are not a thing in the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. In a different reality, this would be a quest room. But there's no monster, like, behind it. I'm pretty sure what I'm just going to run back in there to are just slaughterfish. I'm not certain. I'm here and I do have the buoyancy spell. I have one cast of it remaining. That's not good enough. That sound was the sound of my... Nortogo. Blah, blah, blah. Recasting. Alright, let's go this way. They're both locked? Ugh. Both the doors are locked. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all it sounded like. 2 slaughterfish. There's a room behind this room, though, which I'm going to check as well. I'm going to do that when I have 2 casts of the spell. What's the durability of this backup bow down to? Okay, it's not too bad. No promises. Let's get going. Jokes! That damn jokes book. We've read that before on stream. Good, good. That roaring I'm hearing is almost assuredly from the slaughterfish that are in here. Okay. That's got to lead me back up into this module. Alright, I'm done here then. There's going to be nothing behind that door. I didn't see any movement. I don't hear any sounds of our target. Now, Grimith, don't forget that you've ditched a zombie back here. Or do forget. I would prefer if you did not, though. Okay. Yeah. Saw this little section in Privateer's Hold. Little piece of connective tissue. Any enemies in these cubby holes? Not this time. Hello, sorcerer. Take your Elven Saber, take the 2 arrows, keep it moving. Okay. Yes, Kakaskia, the reluctant sage most assuredly does. Just a little relaxing. Default archer class run. That's the cow, which is behind the portcullis here. The cow is a sprite. Not my target. Alright, my target's not in here. Yeah. Our character has eaten some deaths. Well, we went diving into a dungeon really early. We've encountered friends and fun along the way. I think that switch moves the wall that's down here, which would be ideal to move. All right, cool. Behind that door is the zombie. Yeah, okay. So let's raise this elevator back up. La ba da da ba 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 da ba da ba da 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 ba ba da ba da ba da 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 ba da 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 ba. Now I don't snap my ankles while I'm trying to climb down. We're gonna have to climb back up. Oh, in the base Daggerfall, don't menu while you're on an elevator. The elevator keeps moving while you're menuing. Yes, then move that wall. Good. So I'm going to be able to see what's beyond. Though I don't think my quest target's going to be there because I didn't hear any noise. However, it will involve me having to swim through here. I am now carrying too much Remain Afloat, so I don't have to keep pressing page down. That's great. Elevator, I'm going to need you to sink a little bit quicker. I can only hold my breath for so long. And that door down there is just a slaughterfish. Uppies. Yeah, just a loot pile. Okay. All right. Of course there's enemies nearby. Of course I can't rest here. Do I think I have the speed to make it through back down there without buoyancy? I'll just find a narrow ledge to stand on. An enemy will somehow spawn here. An imp portals into existence behind me. Damn video game. All right. Still no promises. Let's get on with it. Looks like I could have made it through here without buoyancy. Although getting up here would require me to drop some stuff. Yeah, let's just cast the damn spell. And I'm not even going to bother elevatoring. Said I'm not even going to bother elevatoring. Thanks to advanced climbing brought to us by Daggerfall Unity, we can strafe our walls and change walls. How? Oh, hey, the zombie made it out. Oh. That's really bad. I don't have another way to get up there to access the rest of the dungeon. It has to be through this shaft. This zombie was behind this door. Not... We previously encountered the zombie. Zombies deal up to my maximum hit point total in damage. That is right, yes, still. It's not like 45 damage. It is a straight up 50. Let's have a look. at yonder unofficial Elder Scrolls page. Open up our bestiary. Full of the beasts. Bestiary. Zombies. Yeah, 15 to 50 damage. Good. Alright, good. So, that sucks. We previously had difficulty climbing up this wall for a mage waiting for us at the top. Not so enthusiastic about the zombie. Yeah. Case in point there. Yeah. Yeah. Good. It's back here. Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah. Could be at max health and still die to that zombie. All because we got a minimum HP roll. When we leveled up to level 2. Alright, it kind of makes me not want to come down here. But we're down here now. The zombie is not a cow. Zombie's a zombie. There is a cow in this dungeon. Hi, excuse me, hello, greetings. Yeah, just miss. It's easy when you miss. Great, glad you agree. I would love to ditch you somewhere. Yeah. That'd be great. Or a squint. Like, this ditching you here was more my idea. Yeah, just miss. Easy. All right, that's 2 zombies ditched. Yeah, this was just a dead-end room that the zombie was lurking in. Okay. Great. One of the switches in this module moves this portcullis. It's probably... one of the damn wheels. Ugh, I'm gonna see if I can do this. Some amount of expediency. One of these wheels over here. One of these wheels controls this portcullis up here for me to leave. And I think one of these wheels controls, well, that gate that has the 2 humans hiding behind it. Wouldn't it be some shit if they were now waiting for me right up here? It has raised. They were not waiting for me. Right at the elevator shaft, so that's great. Magic amulet, that's good. By the way, obviously, there has been some saving and loading going on for this character, but I cannot even begin to stress that I don't recommend doing a dungeon, particularly a dungeon like this. Even with a combat-capable character, which this character is. Just the complexity involved with the dungeon. There's the cow. Yeah. It sure is. This is sometimes a dungeon entrance, but when it's not a dungeon entrance, it looks weird like this. Hey, sorcerer. I'm willing to stand in place here if you want to shoot me with, like, some arrows. I could use some more arrows. You have limitless arrows. All right, thanks. All this for the fucking quest location. This damn thing. Still no promises. Whoop. Hold on. Whoop. Shut up. Don't be difficult. Hoping that zombie I hear is a zombie I previously identified. This... We've had this be a dungeon entrance before. This actually takes me down into the water. Now, it is important for me to check the water because my target could be down there. Gonna suck to climb out of, but let's go. Yes, yes, slaughterfish. Okay, just 3 slaughterfish? Oh, and a locked door. I was really hoping that door wasn't locked. We're so dead. There isn't a Gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay. Huh. Huh. Alright. Yeah. That was the first zombie I ditched. It's back. Alright, so great. I feel great about that first module. We scoured through then. That's wonderful. I cleaned that up pretty well. I'm not even being facetious. I cleaned that up pretty well. Yeah, I'll go back into that room, which I'm going to need to do after I take a nap. And hope that I've never been diseased at any point in time. We're hey, bonus zombie. That's problematic. Shh, the zombie doesn't know I'm sleeping here. Okay, great. Great. What's the max HP gain as a reminder? It was 16, right? 16. Yeah, 16 for archers. So with my endurance +1, I get between 9 and 17 hit points per level. I gained 10 last level. I gained 9 last level, and I gained 10 this level, so not too great. We did get 5 attribute points instead of 4 this time, so a step in the right direction. I did say that I was going to put the points into speed from now until forever, so I will do that. Okay, good. Level 3. And all these enemies spawned in here when we were level 2. So we're now a level higher than all the humans we face. That's right, I can now survive a hit from a zombie when I'm at max HP. Alright. So we were in this area once. There were a lot of people hurting me. It was very problematic. We did not survive. There's a door here. Hey. Fuck this. It just goes to a higher level of this module. Given the dungeon size. Holy relic? That's worth a lot more than prayer beads. Potion of resist fire? Yeah, sure, we'll take that. Fire is definitely going to come up as a damage type. A magic short shirt? All right, sure. I cannot wear that over the bra. That's giving me extra speed. Yeah. I knew this was up here above the damn bridge. It's like rain. A warm, sunny day. A free ride. You've already paid. Good advice. You just can't take. Who would have thought? It figures. blazing loincloth of fireballs. Pretty good.
May I interest you in any of our personal care products?
No, Pewterow. It's just one run. Yep. I'm trying to remember whether it was this specific dungeon now. It was definitely this module. Our grizzly bear, lycanthrope, is probably in the secret door that's in this module. This happened in my first recorded playthrough of this game back in 2010. Though, of course, I've been playing this game since 1996. I gotta remember how the hell to get to it. I've killed the music now so that I can listen out. Another map. There were a lot of grizzly bears in that dungeon. I was incensed over how I knew it was that particular bear. Does the bear paw have 6 digits? So like one run of my Magic 7. Now, this is the variation of this module that's in She Dungeon. As opposed to where I ended up finding that grizzly bear in my original playthrough, which has definitely happened on stream since. How's it going? Fine enough. So, if you're unfamiliar with the main quest dungeon later on this playthrough, you click on that torch. That lifts a wall. In the room that has the unicorn horn. Sounds like my grizzly bear. Yep. That's the room that has the unicorn horn, right on the bed in Shedungeon. This must be the werebeast everyone's afraid of. Just an ordinary grizzly bear. Alright. So, I've had this dungeon dive time to reflect on whether I was going to permit myself to Tele2 exit after dungeon completion. This is a pretty fun dungeon. I'm in a good mood. We'll walk back out. I might Tele2 exit after future dungeon completions. This character is very far from being able to cast a recall spell. It can save us time. You, the viewer, and me, the player. Me hoofing it back. But, I'm fine to hoof it back for now. I should probably have a snooze, though. I'll be running past at least one zombie on my way out of here. I'm gonna take this door. Of course the door's locked. Why wouldn't the door be fucking locked? We'll run through here. What's my hit point total at now? Less than what a zombie hits for. It's fine. We're good. We'll just go back to the starting dungeon module this way. Yeah. 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 All right. Back down here we go. We didn't hit every location, but I scoured this one pretty thoroughly. I am pleased with this dungeon dive. Proof that just with a basic buoyancy spell and a basic free action spell and 25 spell points and a dream, you too can survive zombies. Our reward's the same as if I had done something in town, 5 rep and a smattering of gold. But Dungeon Dive rewards in a bunch of other different ways. The journey, not destination, not destinati. All right, let's just spin both of these wheels. I think it's the one on the left that controls the gate. And let's advance climb my way out of here. Without advanced climbing brought to us by Daggerfall Unity, getting this character out of this dungeon would be significantly greater. All right. Wow. Didn't even slip once. Incredible. Here's the escape. We're out of here. Whew. We spent a few days. What, 3 days in this dungeon? It was less than the time I spent traveling here. Wasn't too bad. All right, and it doesn't seem like we were hit with any nefarious, nasty disease, which is great, because if I had been diseased in this dungeon, where is the closest thing that resembles a temple? Yeah. Yeah. We maybe don't make it out alive. Ah. I did not mean to travel to Privateer's Hold. Well, guess we'll jog up here to the Gothway Garden. No, we'll just fast travel up there. I'm not doing the jog again. Mage's Guild there. We've been in there previously this playthrough to buy the spells we're currently using. Go turn in this quest.
Size does matter.
Size does matter, Lord Cucumber. I agree. Thank you. For $1, Bob. Any news? I never understood why the Battle Lords and Anticlair were feuding. Well, at least that's over now. Any news? Come back. News? Orgama got the short end of the stick in some deal. Now they're out to get the Knights of the Rose. News? Lord is having an affair. Of course, Lord. Let's just roll 2d20 here. Fulfill this limited edition high stakes VIP special redemption. It's a 15 and a 10. Damn, Mortisteer Woodcroft. That's wild. That piece of news. I'm going to copy that to my logbook. Lord is having an affair. Here we go. 13:36:30 on 17th of Morningstar. Game saved. You are too far away. This actually goes deeper into messages on Daggerfall Unity than I realized. Neat. Reaching to your pack for something to eat. You spy a note. It wasn't there before. I'm level 3, so we're going to start getting main quest prompts. See? Hey, bud. Good job, Loop Killer. Enjoy your gold. $200. That's me. I'm a killer. Rawr. They heard about the cow. My God. So, one of them's going to be from Princess Morgaya of Wayrest, and the other one's going to be from Lady Magnessen, Brisiana. There you go. Dear Stully, my eyes and ears abroad say that you are interested in the fate of a certain letter. Any emperor should not be so careless, nor should a queen. You really should come visit me in Castle Wayrest. I have some most interesting tidbits that I am sure you would enjoy hearing. Morgaya, Princess of Wayrest. And then, Dear Stully, I've heard about your accident at sea and feared the worst. Now that I've heard you're alive and well, I would like the opportunity to meet with you and discuss our beloved Emperor's mission in the Iliac Bay. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lady Magnesson, the Emperor's agent of the court of Daggerfall. My position is not so official as an ambassador. None but other agents of the Emperor know of my true affiliation. Iliac Bay is rife with rebels against the Imperial throne, so your discretion is required. For the purpose of our meeting, I will take a room at an inn, the White Cat in Longtree Field of Daggerfall, for a month. After that, I will no longer be available. Expect you as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Brianna, Lady Magnesson. So, the Lady Magnesson provides some story lore bits, what's going on. If you do miss the deadline, she will send an angrier letter about, hey, I'm going to extend my stay here in Daggerfall. Meet up with me or else. If you miss that, she does get very pissy. However, it will not break the main quest line. I did think for a time myself that missing out with meeting her would break your main quest line. It's pretty easy to break these bits when you're playing the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. She is not mandatory. We will go meet her, though. Now, Morgaya, Princess of Wayrest, it is obligatory to meet her. We've got a lot of business ahead in Wayrest. So, huzzah for that. Need more books, though. Including the 2 that we started with. Ocean Resist Fire we'll leave out. Let's put away those. I want to go get those identified, and I want to get these repaired. I'd actually like to look for a better bow. We'll do that here in town. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're not going to do any more quests for the Fighters Guild right now. We've got prep to do. We'll do some prep. And enjoy the snow music. Verily! She's the Emperor's agent here in Daggerfall. She's on her way out due to political events. Start here. Iron shortbow. I'm also on the lookout for any arrows. We back here to sell stuff? We got to keep our books on us, but besides that, I guess I'll sell those clothes. Enough of this endless dickering. You are obviously in great need. If I really cared about training up my mercantile skill, we could do this like one click at a time. Something like that. We've got plenty of cash to play around with. We'll keep the iron longbow in case I break both of these bows while I'm in a dungeon. I need to desperately run back for an iron longbow. Pull it out of the wagon. Yeah. The aesthetic. Good stuff. I'll buy that. Support local businesses. That way I don't even have to repair this thing. Into the wagon it goes. Dwarven longsword. Ah, the old banker's bet story. Another steel longbow? No, I'm looking for better than that. I'd like Dwarven. We're at a level now where we can start seeing Dwarven, as evidenced by the Dwarven blade that we just saw. And what about Lord? Yeah, well, Lord is got to be someone else's concern. Lord knows I'm too busy to go pursuing every rumor. Damn. No arrows? There we go. That's an iron short bow. It figures. Now you can save before you enter a shop. Before its inventory has been generated. You know, then load outside the shop and keep re-entering it. Pretty easy to rob. Stores at night. Something that my brother and I discovered when we were kids. The open spell, when you're, like, say, doing a dungeon dive, does care about chance success. When you're outside facing an external door, it doesn't care about the chance success. You can make any cruddy, basic, flimsy lockpick spell, and that'll work. And once everyone goes to bed, the shop's all closed for the night, you get your loot on. Yeah, Tyre. Like, what the fuck? Hell's even happening? All right, here's the fancy highfalutin store. We'll buy your fancy arrows. Looking for a fancy bow. All right, that makes 2 dwarven longswords I have seen, which long blades get the love in this video game. Alas, no better bow, so I am going to spend the time getting this bow repaired. There is a toggle you can put on in Daggerfall Unity that has repair times be instant. I'm not fussed about it. So we're going to be spending a little bit of time in town getting this fixed up. I'm actually going to go buy a horse now. Grimith, are you? No, I'm on a cart. It's different. I'm going to go buy a horse. Yes, must be summer. Summer. Horse me. We're here for jumping. That's what we buy the horse for. And the roleplay immersion. Good row, that was a lot of work for that. A lot of work. All right. Repair this bow. This is far below a fair price. I know the market. On the other hand, in certain very rare cases, it's less important to make a profit. I can take a loss in your case. 18 gold pieces. Good story. It's yours. All right. Cool. We've got that. We've got this steel longbow as a backup. We've got our fists as a backup. I want to go get our magic items identified. Although I am not a member of the Mages Guild, I can still buy Cercinate spells and still use their identification services. These are things they offer to anyone who comes in with sufficient coin to pay. Identify lasses. No. These damn layouts kind of blend together for me. You're here. Yeah. All right, cool. Amulet. Cloth amulet. Short shirt. And then I know what this does. We'll get it identified. Now I've taken it off. I don't want to put it back on until I need the speed. We have a silent amulet. Cast when used silence. This could shut down spellcasters. It's pretty nifty.
Resources exist to be consumed, and consumed they will be. If not by this generation, then by some future. By what right does this forgotten future seek to deny us our birthright? None, I say. Let us take what is ours, chew and eat our fill. CEO Nwabude K. Morgan, The Ethics of Greed.
Peter wrote, dropping $50?
$50. Fuck it, I shall sponsor your addiction.
Good. I'm glad the AI reader will read the fuck it. It's very important. Fuck it. Okay. Great. Wonderful. Yes, down there in the bottom right corner, tucked away, is a proposition in which I do a inverted WASD run of the Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall. I'm open to it being the original or Unity. I've played and streamed both. And what that means is exactly forward, S, reverse, W, slide left, D, slide right, A. That's all that entails. Like, yeah, like, yeah, a bit. I already hate this. I can't. Demonstration is over. All right. Anyway, we got some nice magic stuff out of there. We got ourselves a levitate item now. That's pretty good. A silence item. I might be able to get some good use out of that against spellcasters. And a frosty short shirt of ice storms. I think that's all it says, inverted WAS. It's not volunteering anything else. Though I understand why you, the viewers, would eagerly, like, volunteer more things. Consider that there is a, hear me out here. This might be difficult for you to imagine. So I have a character display limit on what I can have on things. And so, like, the bar is, like, tucked away here in the bottom right corner of the screen. And the text has to be there to explain what it's for, right? But if you need to have, like, 3 goddamn lines explaining every piece of the fucking conduct, then it becomes a little unwieldy. That said, I did consider, like, as a bonus, like, stretch thing, also flipping other stuff too. But nothing will ever be good enough for some viewers. The end user license agreement between the broadcaster and the viewer. Right. I'm waiting for the bow to get done. Should be good enough. Me to train here again? Yeah, good. Yeah. One more hour. What time is it now? I re-get my bow back. Excellent. All right. Chat's been good overall. Let's read a book. We've read jokes before on stream. How is your wife? Asked Zalithar. She's in bed with laryngitis, replied Harlith. Is that Argonian bastard back in town again? I keep seeing spots before my eyes. Have you seen a healer? No, just spots. A big Nord named Yolgan was set on by a gang of thieves. He fought them furiously, but in the end, they beat him into semi-consciousness. They searched his pockets and discovered that he had only 3 gold pieces on him. Do you mean to tell us that you fought like a mad loot for 3 lousy gold pieces near one of the thieves? No, answered Yolgan. I was afraid you were after the 400 gold pieces in my boot. During the War of Bettany, the Bretons and the Isle of Craggle were under siege for several days. After the island was liberated, Lord Bridwell found the ruins of the castle where a crowd of survivors were hidden away in the dark. It was going to be a difficult job freeing them as part of the roof had collapsed, trapping them all within. Bridwell stuck his head in the only opening and shouted to the Bretons below, "Are there any expectant mothers down there?" It's hard to say, your lordship, said a young woman. We've only been down here for a few days. An elderly Breton met with a contemporary of his at a guild meeting. Harriston, old man, I wanted to express my sympathy. I hear that you buried your wife last week. Had to, old boy, replied Harriston. Dead, you know. Why was the Sentinel army so useless during the War of Bettany? The cannons were too heavy, so all 3 garbage scows sunk. What does a new Sentinel private learn first as a combat technique? How to retreat. What is the thinnest book in the world? Redguard Heroes of the War of Bettany. A dark elf man killed his wife after catching her making love with another man. The magistrate asked him why he killed her instead of her lover. The man replied, I considered it better to kill one woman than a different man every week. A dark elf woman was being shown around Daggerfall. When she was shown the magnificent castle Daggerfall, she smiled sweetly to her guild and whispered, It reminds me of sex. That's odd, said her guild. Why does her castle Daggerfall remind you of sex? The dark elf sighed. Everything does. Yellowthath told Vathisa that she was having dinner with a dark elf named Morleth that night. I hear he's an animal. He'll rip your dress right off you. Thank you for telling me. I'll be sure to wear an old dress. How do separate sailors in the Khajiit Navy? How do you separate sailors in the Khajiit Navy? With a hammer and tongs. This orchard has sentimental value to me, said Mojad the Khajiit to his friend Hasselid. Under that tree, for example, is where I first made love. And that tree is where her mother stood watching us. She watched you while you made love to her daughter? Didn't she say anything? Meow. What do you call a wood elf who doesn't lie or cheat or steal? A dead wood elf. And that's the jokes book, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed our revisit of the jokes book. Very good. Looks like I have 2d20 to roll. 10 and a 20. That's our second VIP badge. We're handing out. It is done. Bestowed. Okay. You know what? Let me take this swig of water. I think it's time for us to read one of the books we started with. This one's a long one. And roll another 2d20 for Mobius. That's an 11 and a 3. It's not quite a 20. All right. It's reading time. Reading time. Tales of Kieran, Librarian's Note. The recorded tales of Kieran the Bard. Let me also write down that we read jokes. Fall into 3 categories: the Woodland Cycle, Castle and Kings, and an unnamed cycle of lusty tales, recently destroyed by mysterious accident. Some are in the Bard's own hand, while others, mere shadows of the originals, remain only as bedtime tales for children. The structure exemplifies the helical form favored by listeners about the hearth on a long winter's eve. As to whether they describe real events, be allegory, or be mere entertaining fancy, the reader must decide. 1. Kieran was on the road from Wren to Fairtree when he grew weary from the midday sun. His boots were tight, and he thought to remove them for a bit in the shade of a nearby oak, oaks being a favorite of bards. This particular oak was venerable and gnarled, with sturdy branches that dipped and swooped, nearly touching the ground in spots. For its shade, Kieran watched the forest creatures playing in the warm sun. For the rustling of leaves high above, the only sounds were of butterfly wings and bird song. What a peaceful day, Kieran thought as he watched a butterfly drift by. What a beautiful day. In true, since bards first told tales, has there ever been a day more peaceful and beautiful than this? He drank from his water skin and, taking his lute from its sack, cleared his throat and began to sing. Oh, the maidens of Wren are passing fair, with breasts like melons and flaxen hair. He had just taken a deep breath to bellow the lusty chorus when a small feminine voice said, Kind sir. He leaped to his stockinged feet, his face flaming red. Who's there? He cried. The small voice repeated, Please, sir, if you will be so kind. Kieran looked about, but saw no person or creature addressing him. Pray thee, he cried, show thyself or have cause to fear my dagger. He tried desperately to remember where he had last seen it. Whether thee be friend or foe, pray thee show thyself now. A small voice replied from above him, Kind sir, thou hast no cause to fear me, and am in need of help. Can thou find it in thy heart to aid me? He looked up and saw naught but a small robin's nest, 3 branches above him. Climbing swiftly, he found a robin with 3 tiny robinlings, their mouths open wide. Good mother Robin, he asked, can it be thee who addresses me thus? Kind sir, she replied, I have hurt my wing, and it will be at least a day before I might fly. My children do not eat soon, they will die. Would you be so kind as to bring a fat, juicy meal? Would you find a caterpillar or earthworm or grub for my children? Now Kieran was kind of hard, and it was not within him to refuse a plea such as this. So off he went to the forest. Searching under some mulberry leaves, he soon found a small green caterpillar. It seemed a perfect meal for young robins. Plucking it from the leaf upon which it fed, he prepared to hurry back to the oak when he heard a tiny voice. He opened his hand, and the caterpillar looked up at him with her big brown eyes wide with fear. Kind sir, she said, wouldst thou kill me so thoughtlessly? Kieran scratched his head in puzzlement, and the caterpillar continued. When thou cooled thy feet beneath the oak, didst thou not find joy in my parents' beauty, as they danced before thee in the sun? I too am soon to change. Wouldst thou...
Interest you in any of our personal care products.
Imanovi, I will, thank you. Wouldst thou deny thy successors the joy of my dancing? And if I do not live to have children, how will thine own children find such joy? Please, sir, would not an earthworm serve the needs of the robinlings just as well? Kieran looked into the eyes of the caterpillar and knew that he could not feed her to the robins. Carefully, he placed her beneath her mulberry bush and continued his search. Near a rushing brook, Kieran found a flat stone that, when removed, revealed a juicy earthworm enjoying the cool, moist earth. Aha, he thought, as nice as the caterpillar may have been, this truly seems a more fitting meal for young robins. He had no sooner plucked the earthworm from its cool abode, where it had been frantically trying to burrow away from him, when he heard a voice so faint he might have imagined it. Kind sir, he thought he heard, and Kieran looked in his hand. The worm continued, I am but a lowly creature, it's true, but might I plead such case that I have. Kieran rolled his eyes skyward as the worm sat up and seized its chance. I am not a low-born worm like others you might find. No, I am a prince among earthworms. I come from an ancient lineage. My ancestors burrowed the earth when fires belched from black pits throughout these lands. I command millions like myself. Were it not for my loyal followers, you, good sir, would be up to your neck in leaves, tree trunks, and moldy carcasses. I'll make a bargain with you. To release me and choose instead of pathetic grub for the robinlings, I will dispatch an entire clan of earthworms to keep your foreyard clear and clean and sweet-smelling for as long as ye shall live. The earthworm looked hopefully at Kieran, while calculating the distance to the ground. Good sir, what say ye? Kieran was beginning to lose his patience, but seeing the value of the earthworm's offer decided that a grub would indeed make a tasty morsel for the young robins. He returned the earthworm to its moist haven. Come on, Queen of Lasers, it's lore! And carefully replaced the flat stone above it. And true to his desire, a short while later in a forest glade, beneath a wide slab of discarded bark, Kieran chanced upon that which he sought. A fat white grub that would grow the robinlings into beautiful songsters. He plucked it from its hiding place and set forth. It was a beautiful day indeed. 2. Nearby in stately Trowbridge, King Caladan, did live with his lovely daughter, Leah. And Leah? Leah. The princess was the apple of the old man's eye and the crown jewel of his small kingdom. He looked upon her with the blind pride of a doting father, and she, for her part, did not but bask and flourish in his bounty. Trowbridge was quiet now, the chief sounds being the clatter of cartwheels and the cries of street vendors, but it was not always so. 3 years earlier, there had been trouble with Carthan to the west. It was not much a border dispute, but the king persuaded a wizard named Loziard to come to Trowbridge in his employ to aid him in the contest. Loziard was unknown by all in Trowbridge and kept to himself within the palace, coming and going as he pleased. When Trowbridge prevailed with almost no loss of life, there was joyous celebration for days and weeks thereafter. Time passed, yet Loziard remained. The king, not wanting to seem ungrateful, said nothing, but became increasingly discomforted with the wizard's presence and wished for his departure. On Leah's 20th birthday, King Caladan called for a celebration holiday through all his land. Unknown to his subjects, he intended to proclaim his retirement, the transference of his crown to his beautiful daughter. Out of politeness and nothing more, he invited the wizard to aid him in devising a proper speech. The wizard was furious. He paced his chamber, his black brows knitted with intensity.
It's great stuff, great stuff.
Basta 13. Slathering down some great stuff, thank you. Knitted with intensity that would have soured any cow's milk. Why, he cried aloud, am I treated so unjustly by the old buffoon? Were it not for my skills, the border contest, mayhaps even the kingdom itself might have been lost. I deserve more. I deserve the crown. Here we go. Wizards, man. To give it to that primping, simpering daughter of his who thinks not of more than her own whim is a slap more stinging than that of a gauntlet. I will have justice. I will demonstrate, amply, for all to see wherein lies true power. Thereupon, the wizard made his preparations.
Always up to no good.
That's right, Arcane Rogue. Thank you. Wizards are always the problem. Princess Leah's birthday came on a summer morning. Everyone within the city and from the farms without gathered to the palace for the festival. Banners waved from every rooftop, fiddlers fiddled, and the dancers danced. Bakers baked wonderful sweets for the occasion. It was a day long to be remembered. At noon precisely, King Caladan and the princess emerged onto the main balcony to the cheers of the kingdom. Good citizens, we are but a tiny kingdom, but we prosper, do we not? Loud hails, mostly, erupted from the crowd below. Encouraged, Caladan continued, but now I am an old man. The day has arrived when younger blood can better attend to the needs and events of the kingdom. My subjects, my loyal subjects and friends, it is with honor and pride and the greatest of expectations that I transfer my kingdom and my crown to my loving daughter. For one and all, I give you Leah. As cheers filled the air, Caladan made a grand sweeping gesture with his arm, intending to make the presentation as spectacular as the pride that filled him. His robe went swoosh. His hand pointed to... Nobody. What was this? Where had she gone? Where she had been moments earlier, there was now was naught but vacant air. Leah? He called uncertainly. There was no response. Silence fell over park and courtyard. People glanced at each other nervously. Old Loziard clapped his hands in glee. He danced. He hugged himself with uncontained laughter. How wonderful, he cried. What a breathtakingly stunning and talented a wizard I am. For what he had done, of course, was to rid himself of Leah once and for all. With one stroke, crafty and evil, he had removed the vain creature from the palace. Naught else remained between him and that which he desired. Now, magic is a tricky thing. Like all forces in the world, it must be kept in balance. As surely as day balances night and summer balances winter, so too must positive magic balance negative. For every hurtful or destructive spell, there must be an act of equal goodness or charity, lest trouble overflow into the world. This means that for every good, spell and wondrous and beneficial spell, there must be a hurtful or destructive spell. I don't like what this is depicting here. For every black wizard, there must be a white. For every spell of combat destruction, there must be healing. Know ye this, if all who practice magic cast naught but healing or protective spells, dark horrible forces would build up until chaos and ruin would burst forth and rain our doom down upon us. Thus may spells of healing be broken by harm, and the worst of spells be broken by charity. Knowing this, Loziard planned well his act of vengeance. To permanently rid himself of Leah short of killing her outright, he must devise a spell so cunning that no act of kindness would ever break it. He was pulling lice out of his long beard late one evening when he burst into laughter. He would make her into something disgusting. I will make her into a frog, he laughed, then frowned. No, that had been done. People might expect it and go around like mindless idiots seeking frogs, hoping to earn a king's ransom. Then a brilliant plan occurred to him. I will make her into a bug, an insect, a worm. He almost choked on his wine. Oh, how perfect. I will make her into something so truly loathsome that she will spend the rest of her little bug life in terror of being squashed by the first person who sees her. He squealed and his rings jangled and his fat jiggled and he snorted wine out his nose in laughter. Oh, how absolutely delicious. And that's exactly what he did. While King Caladan and his subjects scratched their heads in puzzlement, nobody saw a small, fat, white tree grub plop to the cobblestones beneath the main balcony and immediately curl up, glistening and quivering. Leah was terrified. What had happened? Well, she had seen enough of Loziard's magic to know what had happened. But why? Why would he do this to her? She didn't have long to ponder the question. A huge black hound, hundreds of times her size, ran to the cobblestone where she lay and almost gobbled her up with one slurp of his tongue. From somewhere she found the wherewithal to roll out of his way and into the crevice between the stones. His huge slurpy tongue followed her, drooling and panting great hurricanes of hot, awful breath down at her. But just as the tongue was about to lick her into the waiting stomach, the hound's owner yanked his massive chain and pulled the beast toward home. It is true that Leah, in her life as a human, was self-indulgent and not inclined to effort or resource. But that was merely because she had no need of either. In the following day, she had cause to discover plenty of both within her. After the incident with the hounds, she knew she must go far away from people and dogs. And she knew what kinds of creatures dined on grubs, too. She slipped out of sight under leaves and places where grubs would not likely be sought. Even so, her days were filled with terror and adventure. There were circling hawks by day and owls by night. A bear tearing at a rotting tree trunk gobbled grubs, indistinguishable from Leah by the hundreds, as she watched in horror from behind a nearby rock. The smallest stream was now an enormous gushing torrent, be crossed in a nutshell under the greatest of peril. Leah passed these tests along with many others, and she passed them well. It was on her 10th such day that a clumsy boot kicked aside the piece of bark under which she had sought shelter from the sun. Blinded by the sudden light, she heard an exclamation from high above. Before she could react, 2 fingers dropped from the sky and plucked her up, and deposited her firmly inside a huge fist. 10 days ago, she would have been paralyzed with terror. That was 10 days ago. Her mind raced. Who is this clumsy idiot anyway, she thought. And what on earth does he want with a tree grub? At least he didn't squash me on the spot. That's encouraging, isn't it? So he must be here to rescue me. She wriggled and squirmed in his fist until she could see his face, high above her between 2 of his fingers. Ugh, a beard. If I'm going to be rescued, why can't it be by a fine young prince? But then it occurred to her that she was speaking from old habit. I wonder how many of those foppish boys could have survived these past 10 days, she laughed, thinking of them. Not many, I bet. Those who wouldn't have curled up and died immediately would, by now, be whimpering and crying for their mothers. She looked at Kieran again. Well, maybe he would look better if I wasn't looking straight up his nostrils. Ouch! Why isn't he more careful with me? It then occurred to her that Leah, that if this oaf were truly rescuing her, he probably would have said something to her. Uh-oh. Her heart raced, and she started wriggling furiously, imagining the worst of all possible deaths. He must be going fishing. She couldn't do much in her current state, but she could spit. And spit she did, in quantities unimaginable for so small a grub. She spit and spit and spit until her tiny grub mouth was too dry to spit another drop. She felt Kieran's hand scrubbing and thought, it's working. Kieran was fair disgusted. 'Twas bad enough that he had to touch the slimy thing, but now it was oozing something, becoming truly revolting. Finally, just before he reached the robin's oak, he could take it no longer. He stopped and examined the creature in his hand. White and plump and glistening, it was in truth a repellent creature. But the poor thing was obviously terrified. It gazed up at him with what he imagined to be minuscule grub eyes, pleading. Kieran thought of the caterpillar and the earthworm, and his heart gave in. Heaving a great resigned sigh, he found a nice clean root and placed the grub upon it. And thus was Loziard's spell broken. None could have been more astonished than Leah when she unexpectedly grew to her former size, except perhaps for Kieran, who nearly died of fright. He was no more than catching his breath when she regained her wits, raising her index finger, warning Kieran not to say even one word. She snatched Kieran's coat to cover herself, and with fire in her eyes and as much dignity as she could muster, was off to Trowbridge, leaving Kieran to stare, open-mouthed at her departing figure. Leah knew she could not simply enter the city and confront Loziard. The moment he saw her, he would but cast another enchantment upon her. So disguising herself as a shepherd, she found an abandoned house on the moors and began to make her plans. What happened next is a tale worth hearing, but it is a tale for another evening. Indeed, it is a tale to be told over many an evening and many a good pot of ale. And what of the baby robins? Having no alternative, Kieran climbed the tree and took from his pack his last piece of fatty mutton. Tearing it into small shreds, he gave it to the grateful mother robin, who fed it to her family. Upon returning to the ground, Kieran looked first toward Fairtree, his former destination, then grinning, set off after the most surprising young lady, for whom he now had many questions. Who knows, he called back to the robins, it may be fate. And besides, I need my coat. He was heard late that evening, far down the road, singing, Oh, the maidens of Trowbridge are passing fair, with breasts like melons, and flaxen hair. Phew! All right, a tale of Kieran. Excellent. We started with this book. We now put this away. Yes, sometimes stuff happens. We'll still save this under prep to do. Some time has passed, okay? We've got our bow. I guess we're no longer doing prep, huh? It's been so long since I've been like, yeah, we got our bows fixed. We're good to go. I got the gold to travel. We can travel. We're going to head for a way rest. I suppose we're not heading for way rest. I did say I would meet with the Lady Magnesson. Long Try Field. All the way over there? Sure, fine, cool. Let's get going. Now, where's she meeting me at? The White Cat. How many taverns are here? Yeah. This is a walled settlement. The answer is some. Yo. The White Cat, please. I neither know nor much care, alright? The hell do you want? The White Cat. Don't know, don't care, and don't want to talk to you anymore. Goodbye. You know, there have been runs where I've killed any peasant who was rude to me. The White Cat. Wish I could help you, but I know nothing about that. I guess I can tell you it's north of here, I think. Yeah, show me on the map. That's not too bad. There's a fighters guild in town all the way up north. I could also hit up some shops while I'm here. Not the pawn shop, though. This one's better appointed than many. People are just sourpusses. So it goes. This track right here. I had made mention earlier this stream about Daggerfall 1.0 having a different track that was meant for tavern instead of shop. This is the track. So when I hear this, I still also think of shopping. Yes, this is the same tavern layout where that does happen in the clip. Thank you for responding to my letter. I am Lady Brisiana. Let me bring you to date on affairs. The specter of King Lysandus haunts the streets of Daggerfall at night. Trying to communicate with him is futile. He'll occasionally moan the word vengeance, but that is the only coherent word I've ever heard him utter. If you are ever in Daggerfall, do not wander the city at night. You're certain to be attacked by his legion of ghosts. Legion is a strong word. It would be probably more gainful to investigate those who might have wronged Lysandus to find the cause behind his torment. I do not know if the royal family of Daggerfall or another person or persons merit more suspicion. The major powers of the base and no way rest in Daggerfall may be good places to start. In the matter of the letter, the Emperor's agent says that he was unable to hand deliver it to the Queen because of the war, which really sounds like a weak-ass excuse. He hired a courier who supposedly delivered the letter in his stead. We do not even know the name of this courier. Obviously, there's little information of use, but it'd be worthwhile to see whether the letter arrived at Castle Daggerfall at all. How you decide to do this is entirely your decision. I'll contact you if any new information should surface. I'm leaving Daggerfall soon. My position here has been compromised. My life's in danger. Do not mention my name in court. It is more likely to hurt than help. Good luck and watch your back. So has spoken the Lady of Agnesson. That little bit is done. We are not going into libraries and bookstores to read more books. Not at this time. We've had plenty of reading. Alright, let's go to the weapon shop here. Greaves. I will buy those. I better appointed the many shop, but that's... There we go. Gauntlets, not greaves. I know words. I have the best words. Dwarven Claymore. Take these arrows. One more arrow for me. Shells in here. Alright. Plenty of arrows. Nothing for us, though, besides. Average quality alchemist. Ingredient shop. That'll work for me. Get these the hell out of my inventory. Nice chunk of gold from those. Definitely worth carrying out. Armor smith's not really going to help us. General shop, I guess I'll take a look at. No dwarven bow for us, it looks. Fine. A little splash of color. Like this cloak down here. A little splash of color. Yeah, I like that. That looks good. Alright. Then it's to the Fighters Guild, I think. And do some training before I leave. Sure. All the way out of here. We'll loiter for an hour. What's up? How you doing? Train me. Critical strike. This is my spell book. Give me more free action. Sick. All right. Off to Wayrest. It's here? Yeah. All right. Got it right. Take a boat. We got plenty of gold now for a boat. Recklessly gets us there twice as fast. we don't show up at full health. Fine, we'll stay at ends because it's slightly quicker and also I'm worth it. You know? Now, if I want to have my stuff back, now that I've traveled here recklessly, I just now travel here cautiously because I'm right here. And oh my god, I'm fully restored. Wild. There's the castle right there. There's not a large shopping district here in this massive, mighty mammoth city. It's gross, quite frankly. Ba-da-ba. Whoop! You there! By the Dark Lord, just what I need. Any news? The Order of the Lily has just allied with the Crusaders. You there! News! News me. Death be damned, it's you! By the dragon, the noble ruler Morgana Kingwing died of the plague. Long live Lysona Greensley, newly made Baroness of Tulum. One more news. I never understood why the benevolence of Mara and the Quill Circus were feuding. Well, at least that's over now. Yes, at least that's over now. So the base Daggerfall experience, the folks who are rendered as Dark Elves, not so. We've got Queen Berenzia here, Princess Morgaya. We've got Prince Helseth himself. We have this fucking bitch. We have this lady who's very polite to you if you're a member of the Mages Guild. Oh, that's stranger. Any news? I never understood why Venom Masters and the Mercenary Mages were feuding. Well, at least that's over now. Well, thank heavens. The Venom Masters. Phew. Let's have a chat with you. You're trying to track down that letter of the Emperor's, yes? There are very few scandals in the Bay of which I am totally ignorant. I could give you some information, but nothing is without a price, that I know well. I need a champion who doesn't fear the fire of oblivion. Are you interested? Well, that's me, friend of Daedra. By the fires of Dagatha, that is a relief to me. Do not ask any questions. Get this letter to a certain high-level sorcerer in the Necromancer's Crypt. Scourge Barrow in the Dragontail Mountains. Avoid the rift. You see it. Farewell, Kakoskia. Stay safe out there. You see it. You have gone too far. They will not be expecting you and will not wait for any introductions. The Necromancers feel that death is a reward for the living, not a punishment. Once you have delivered the letter, they would feel no need to guarantee your safety. It is their way. I need a letter delivered in a response from King of Worms in my hand 1 month from now, the absolute latest. The risks are very high, Stoli. Please do not fail. Okay. So, Princess Morgaya here wants us to haul a letter to King of Worms. I agree to your terms. I will give you my first, and you will exert your influence on the King of Firsthold on Somerset Isle. Only you can let him speak with his dead son. For that, he would even marry Nulfaga. Yeah. All right, so this seems like a very important thing to entrust to me. But I don't fear the fires of oblivion. Glad this wasn't a sealed letter, by the way. Very good. Now, the King of Worms is very close to the entrance. That's great. However, without the recall spell, we're going to be, well, I mean, it's not that far. I get carried away. The real problem we're going to have are the zombies. We're going to pretend like that's not a problem. Let's Scourge Barrow. I do have a levitation spell if it is required. thanks to a magic item. Yep. We did it. Phew. Let's just run. Run. Yes, zombies have featured prominently in the last dungeon dive we did. The first dungeon dive for this character. They deal up to 50 hit points of damage. All right, this door is locked. We actually picked the damn lock. Ah! Run! Yeah, that was incorrect, Bat. Fucking incorrect. That's the King of Worms right there. See? King of Worms. Very good. If you were not rewarded with death by the loyal servants of the Barrow, give this note to Princess Morgaya, please. Princess, done. Yes. All right. Up. Y'all have yourselves a blessed day. Can I lure you down here too? Yeah, good. Excuse me, there's another too. That ramp is full of, bats at all. Let me just, Now what's gonna suck is if, I was worried about this. I just thought of this. Okay. I was like, if this other bat does not make it, I am in trouble. All right. That doesn't resolve the two zombies, though. And, I have 51 hit points. I could technically take a hit. I think I am going to equip this bow. I have some back paddle room. He says, saving the game. Go. Touch the banner. Levitate spell. And we're out. All right. Well, there was a near catastrophe in there, but it was near. Problem solved. Mission accomplished. You know what? We're not going to wait for the gates to open. Now, I've shown off in the base Daggerfall how you can base jump turbo blast yourself off a wall and have a whole lot of crazy ass fun with that. That's not a thing that we can do in Daggerfall Unity. But Grimith, not even if you cast the jumping spell? No. It's for the best. We've taken hundreds of hit points of damage from those launches before. Character would not survive something like that. Highly recommend frictioning yourself against the castle wall in the base game and then jumping off. Fun for the whole family. Whoop. You didn't have to hop over the hedge. I did. Well, the entrance was right. It is done. It's done. I'll be Queen of First Hold, although I'm sure the engagement will be quite lengthy. Now, I promised you information about the Emperor's letter. The letter you seek is in the hands of Gortwalk, the warlord of the Orcs. He bought it from the Thieves Guild of Daggerfall after one of their numbers stole it from Queen Upkeep. I confess I don't know why the Emperor sent it to her. The girl is innocent to a fault, and everyone knows that Gothrid is not the loyal Empire toady that Lysandus was. Of course, my own family. Well, enough of this boring court gossip. If you really want to find this letter, you should get in good with Minisera, the former Queen of Daggerfall and Queen Mother to Gothrid. I wouldn't directly approach her. Start with someone of lower station. We get a wand. It's just... She gave me a stick. She gave me a fucking stick. I'm gonna try and put aside the implications of... I'm gonna try. I feel like interacting with Prince Helseth. Stuli, I have a special task that would be perfect for you. However, I would be just signing your death warrant. I were to give it to you now, and you are more skillful. Return to me, and I may give it to you then. That's a note that, hey, I am a quest giver and would have something really sick for you, but you're too low level. I mean, it's not that much of a task, what he would ask you to do, that you would need to be higher than, I mean, any level, really, to do it. But, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Well, I kind of need to find to level 4 before I can do any more story stuff anyway. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to a tavern. We're going to sleep at the tavern next to the Fighters Guild. We're going to wait for the Fighters Guild to open. And we'll do a job for the Fighters Guild. That's right, kitty. Pretty well lit in here. Give me a room for a day. Give me some wine. Thanks. I keep pressing my key that is currently my crouch key, but I've used before as my spell book. That's why I keep crouching when I try to open this. Good. All right, Fighters Guild. Let's do some work. Congratulations! Because your outstanding weaponry prowess, we have promoted you to the rank of swordsman of the guild. This means cheaper weapon repair, more profitable work assignments. Very good. I'll check for another promotion 28 days from now. Or something like that. Let's do some critical strike training. And we'll take a job. Give me a wild animal job. 542 gold. Woo. Get over to the Morsley residence and kill a bear. All right. Morsley residence. How can I help you, stranger? Morsley residence. Southeast. Thank you. Farewell. With your driving test. Bum, bum, bum. Morsley residence very close by. That's lovely. Love it when it's that convenient. Gonna double check the map to make sure I am looking at the right residence. Good. No, this is not the layout where they're up here. It's the layout where they're straight across from when you come in. Okay. Madam? Good day. Any news? I heard that the Fighters Guild and Dark Plotters have patched up their differences. Huh. Blessed be. You all know what threat the Dark Plotters pose. $542 gold. Yeah! What riches now? Stalling till level 4. Yeah, give me one more wild animal hunt here. The Wixley residence, another bear? All right. At least it wasn't a harpy. Howdy. How can I help you, stranger? South? How far south? Okay, it's not too bad. It's on the other side of the Mages Guild. It's all coming back to me, I guess. I have broadcast Daggerfall more than I have any other game. Several hundred hours of this. Not to mention time I put in on my own since 1996. Right, it's this room that you're in. Howdy. Brr. You know, not to talk too much shit here, but gotta say it's really nice facing an enemy that doesn't hit you for 50 fucking points of damage. Big fan of that. You need something? Any news? Don't go out at night. Ooh, the Stair Kingham saw ghouls lurking in the alleys. Oh. Ghouls. Excise Might Magic 7? After what happened earlier this year, Ballin? At least per my Twitch stats? Yeah. I went from only having put 50 hours in that game in just 2 broadcasts before this year into I got a couple hundred hours of streaming it now. Sick. So, I think I just trained here already. I need to get this bow fixed up. I do. I want to get this bow fixed up before I do a dungeon dive. We're going to do a dungeon dive once that bow is fixed up. Give me another loiter hour. Give me one more loiter hour. Maybe that'll be good enough. Yeah, it really is 9 hours. It's cool. Take the bow back. We are 2/3 of the way through level 3. All right. I can't say I'm feeling strongly about giant killing. The Lore Kavar quest, I'm not starting that. That's a quest that was added with the Comp USA special edition of the video game, which is to say that a special edition of the video game was made and it had exclusive quest content as part of the making of that special edition, and it was then added into the Daggerfall Unity stuff, although I guess I could have probably ripped it out of my Daggerfall install, which I did definitely not use my CD. It doesn't matter. Whatever. We're going to go after a pack of giants, I guess. Something different. Pack of giants. Yeah, I got a little job for you. I wouldn't give this just anyone, but I knew you could work. There's this pack of giants that want killing. I'm not interested in going into a building for rat killing. I want to do a dungeon dive. Hold of Ashford. I'm pretty sure I've been there before. Gotta kill ourselves half a dozen giants. Ashford. Hold, please. This one's lovely in that you don't need to go sifting through a dungeon. The giants will come to you. It's very thoughtful of them. Let's actually wait to equip the bow first. Alright. Not the song. God. Oh, wow. And opens up with this module. Okay. Well, this is an area for me to prance around giants. This is my least favorite dungeon track in the game. If I were here for an actual dive, I would kill the song. Didn't miss this. That's for damn sure. Bum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum 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 ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. This is giant territory. Go back to your puny lands, Redguard Fly. Was the issue of the track? Severus, but, like, is that a sincere question? Like, I'm trying to find a polite way to say that, like, when people don't like music, they don't like music. Like, would you get into the nuanced intricacies of what it is that bothers you about the song? Yeah, it fucking sucks. Give me a 500 character review of the song. No. I think if I leave, it'll be safe. Like if I kill this giant and come back in and kill the other three. Don't like how much health I'm missing. I don't have a heal option. Probably fine. Go outside and attempt to sleep. Of course, yeah, of course I needed to leave out of this entrance, yeah. Of course, the orcs who were in here came back. Forgot about the one who was right next to the door, so, well. Hey. Now, this would actually be a quick way, this dungeon, to train up some skill and grab some loot piles. The 2 orc sergeants there for me at level 3. A loot pile right in here, you can just run in and out. There we go. It's pretty close by. And yep, all the giants are dead. I did it. Oh, bonus enemy! Bonus enemy! What about bonus enemy too? Oh? Now. Oh. There's a giant hiding under your chair right now. How about more? Yeah? All the giants are dead? I don't think so. In fair, yeah, that hits my threshold of taking. This also gives viewers who enjoy this song, this track, this instrumental piece, a chance to enjoy it before I banish it to the Shadow Realm. Peter, it's pretty good money. Flashbacks to the Linguist run with her abysmal starting archery. And, well, it was rough for her. Just drenched in giant blood. Mmm. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. We've absolutely trained up the archery skill at this point. Just not enough time has passed to level up the skill. I was just going to check the condition of that bow after this enemy. Good news. Didn't evaporate from my inventory. Save the game in case of crash. Hey, level 4, up to 75 hit points. We gained 15? Yeah. Cool. The most we could gain is 17. That'd be a maximum roll for the archer class, +1 from our 60 endurance. I did say it was all going into speed forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Excellent. Not too bad. Actually got to have a little bit of rest time there. Ooh. The giants portaling in one at a time. That's not too bad for us to handle. We are a combat-capable character. If you're not, you could end up dealing with one giant and another one spawns. And depending on like where you're locating in a dungeon, you could like not every dungeon you go into is going to have a convenient large space room next to the exit. It's just one run. How many giants? As many as the quest flag is going to throw at us. I forget what the exact count is going to stop at. We only needed to kill 6. Could be 20, could be 25, could be 30, could be 35 before it finally stops. Ooh, extra elven short bow. Hell, let's go. Good, excellent, wonderful. I am healed. I agree. You know what? We're going to count that as we're good. No more. No more needed. We're done. All right. And what I meant about being able to just pop in here and do quick training is looting is... Oh, no, we're level 4 now. The shit's changed. No, that went from Orc Sergeants to Rad Scorpions. I guess I do have the free action spell. I have forecastings of it. That was a joyous like backpedal on my part, like, ooh. We're a combat capable character. But I would not have taken that risk unless I had free action. Alright. Back to Wayrest we go. I guess I can take off the Torgos formal brassiere now. I don't need the extra speed. My backstabbing skill's improved. Hell yeah, in order to improve your backstabbing skill, you actually have to be attacking someone's not front. No, they can definitely paralyze here. Just leaping through the Noble Garden. Also, you'll find moments where this happens. Don't worry about it. You there! Any news? The Fighters Guild killed that bear that got into the Morsley residence. It's a good thing we have them around. There's a bunch of giants in the hold of Ashford, but they don't bother anyone. Well. You need something? Yeah, it's a good thing we have the Fighters Guild around to solve all of our problems. Yeah, Fighters Guild. I hear the king wants those giants in the hold of Ashford dead once and for all. All right, so lips are hot about things we've been doing. Howdy. By the crypt, them giants didn't know what hit them, did they? No, arrows. Arrows, definitely arrows. Definitely arrows. Arrows definitely hit them, and I'm pretty sure they know what arrows are. Or they did know. They're dead now, you know. Right, let's get some training in critical strike. Good. All right, what are we gonna do? I'm level 4 now. I could check Prince Helseth again. We could have a little bit of fun with that, I guess. All right. Also, level 4 save. Let's get out of here. I forget whether the spell works on the horse. Oh, well, anyway. Prince Helseth. I need a courier, Stolly, but no common jelly-armed, gas-headed pox for mercenary will do. I have a letter of utmost importance to be delivered to a high dignitary who will be defended against unwelcome intrusion. In return for this, I will not only reward you with a diamond, but also put in a positive word for you with the king and queen of Wayrest. But, in addition to that, I will give you some information on the affair with Daggerfall I doubt you will receive elsewhere. Does sound like an agreeable arrangement? Sure! Excellent. Meet me here this time tomorrow, and I will give you the letter and the name and location of the recipient. You know, I just remembered predictions that happened in the resummering of Daggerfall in 2024. And predictions included this quest and whether the circumstances involved were financial indiscretions or incest. I guess that means we get to bring predictions back? Mmm. Oh boy. It's a long time since we played the yeah. I sincerely did. I only just remembered this was a thing. Good. Good. All right. We're on the timeline now. Give me one moment while I set this up. It's been so long. Yes. Oh, right. That was my last prediction. Does Anton Rain survive tonight's broadcast? Oh my god. That was the last time I ran a prediction. It's been a long time ago. All right. Oh yeah, and all the other predictions were like pertaining to Oh, yes. There's actually like a log of like previous predictions I ran, and I can actually go back to Lord Castellan's blackmail is about financial indiscretions, incest. I don't even have to fill in the fields. Yeah. Excellent. This is a 50-50. Ba-da-da-da. 50-50. Wager your compulsion loops. Because we have accepted the quest, it is locked in what it is going to be. I've saved the game, so even if this somehow crashed, it's locked in. You'll have some time. Gonna reach over here to grab this drink. Big money on incest this afternoon. I know what I said. All right. So I needed to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow at this time, 1600. All right. Gotta wait one more hour for the training, right? Yeah. Yeah. Pay attention, everyone. Your chance to wager compulsion loops. So that you can have a whole lot of gamba in your future for, say, like rolling dice to try and become a VIP. Important business. Will the note be about financial indiscretions? Or will the note be about incest? Now, we are absolutely saving before we read this note. It's very important because there is a seal on this letter, and them catching you having snooped around the business is very hazardous to your reputation. So, Stoley's not living with the consequences. Prediction timer is halfway past. Whole lot of compulsion loops on incest. Big money, and maybe the smart money too. Oh, all the money, all the smug faces, all the glam faces. Hello again, Stoley. Here is the letter to be given to Lord Castellan, the head of the Elder Council, who is currently at his house at the Buckinghouse residence in Hawksley Hall. I need a letter delivered and you back here no later than 6 days. That is essential. Like I mentioned before, Lord Castellian values his privacy to an excess. Be prepared for some resistance at your arrival in the Buckingham residence. I would ask that you not read the letter, as it is private correspondence. If word of its contents gets out, I will blame you. Oh, huge points now dumped on financial indiscretions. Corporate Grimith here. Wouldn't know anything about those. Hey. Hawks. Lee Hall. And the Buckingham residence was right next to us. Today is the 16th of Sun's Dawn, a holiday celebrated all over Tamriel's Heart's Day. It seems that in every house, the legend of the lovers is being sung for the younger generation. Now, are these lovers Polydor and Eloisa? The inns of the manor offer a free room for visitors. If such kindness had been given the lovers, it is said, it'd always be springtime in the world. Does this mean anything for the prediction? We're going to be cracking open this letter on Heart's Day, when the legend of the lovers is being sung. Could it mean anything? And if so, what could it mean? He's right there. As the legend of the lovers is being sung, the door is kind of fucked up. How much time left on this prediction? We shall stand by lantern light. What could it say? I don't even want to mouse over it. What if that revealed any clues? Here on Heart's Day. Pleasure to be with you all today, by the by. Whether you win your fake currency or lose your fake currency. Nearly 2-1 pressure on incest. It's the way it is. All right. We're on the timeline. 198,957 points in the pool. Woo. Good stuff. Sorry, I was looking at something else. You know how it is. Wow. All right. My dear Lord Castellian, forgive this rough delivery, but it would have been impolitic to approach you at the palace with this potential problem. Unfortunately, your much-deserved vacation will have to be temporarily suspended until this matter is settled. I refer to your sister, Lady Pacifa. For years, she has been one of the most glamorous figures at the Wayrest court, the darling of all who appreciate beauty and grace. Rather recently, rumors have circulated the gold she has spent on her gowns and jewels could not have possibly come from her husband, who is at present impecunious. Distasteful conjectures followed, none of which worth the ink I would use for recitation. Be quite blunt, a person who must remain anonymous postulated to me that you were borrowing funds from the royal treasury to support your sister's extravagance. Of course, I defended your honor, but copies of the royal books were produced that seemed to support the allegation. I am thus uncertain of the best procedure to take next. Do not doubt, sir, that I am convinced of your integrity as senior member of the Elder Circle of Wayrest. Only wish for the matter of the financial records to be straightened. If they are brought into Edweir's attention, they can be confidently defended. Please send a reply with this trusted courier. Prefer to meet with you as soon as possible, of course. Very truly yours, Elseth. Yes, financial indiscretions here. CV, SEV, SVZEV voted our biggest voter for no for incest with 52,584 compulsion loops. Our financial discretions bench dude slammed down 30,000 compulsion loops. Financial discretions will win. We shall now load. Before we read that. And we'll call this prediction here. The results are in. Choose the outcome. financial indiscretions. Are you sure this is the correct outcome? Once you choose the outcome, viewers who chose the correct outcome will be awarded 198,957 channel points. You will not be able to reverse your choice, and this will end the prediction. It is done. Congratulations to those of you who won the 50-50. Apologies to those who were incorrect this time about incest. You'll get them next time. You'll get them. Don't lose heart. Don't give up hope. Shit. Big stretch. All right. Gotta have a job interview. You'll crush it now with all these compulsion loops. Let's get out of here. Right. I don't know what other opportunities you're going to have to predict for this broadcast. Likely none. If the last prediction I read was last year. Don't stop gambling, you're due. If you lost, you're so due. That is where text goes. It's true. Anyway, Lord Castellan's reply is a thumbs up, essentially. Well done. Your budding reputation appears to be deserved. Lord Castellio is quite pliable now. Anyway, here's the diamond I promised. Never let it be said that Prince Helseth is not a man of his bond. Oh yes, I promised to tell you something of the situation at Daggerfall. I suspect my family has more to do with it than is commonly known. We sent advisors to urge King Lysander and King Cameron to mend their differences on the eve of the Battle of Gringane Field. Lysander was disgustingly loyal to the Emperor, where Cameron was fighting for more autonomy. According to the advisor's report, they arrived too late because they were waylaid by the orcs of Gortwog en route. However, I have heard stories that at least some of our advisors arrived at Lysander's tent and spoke to him briefly. At this time, I cannot say more. If I receive more information or if the situation progresses, I will certainly send you word. A magic diamond. Yeah. I'm too far away. Yeah. Look at her. Looming over everything. It's really too bad, Stully. I have a special assignment that requires someone I trust, such as yourself. However, it also needs someone of greater skill in order to survive. Come back and visit me when you improve your skills some more. She has a quest, too. But level 4 is not good enough for it. You know what? I'm in a fanciful mood. Any of you kids got a noble quest for me? Yeah, you. Noble quest. Queen Berenzia is supposedly in a bad mood. You can never tell, though. Yeah, that started, hasn't it? How would you like to have a lovely malachite from my treasury? My alchemist has ordered a very rare ingredient he needs for an important experiment, and we need someone to pick it up. Do you think you could handle that? Sure. Excellent. I knew you'd be game. Take this turquoise down to the Superior Tinctures in Greywold. There's a well-to-do merchant there by the name of Bedister Hearthhouse. Ask him to give you the small scorpion stinger he's brought up from the south. Make sure you're there and back in 15 days. Alrighty then, Stolia, I'm relying on you. Don't make me regret it. Alright. Let's go get him. Greywold. The life of not having the recall spell. All right. Let's just ask. You know, Superior Tinctures Hell, it could just be that small locale right there. We'll head in that direction, see if I run across anyone I can ask on the way. That's Mordweir's equipment? Yeah, gross. Where are all my peasants at? There they are. Howdy. What is it? We're looking for alchemists. Ask someone else. Can't you see I'm busy? East. To the west. I walk past it. Like, wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Loiter for an hour until this place opens. And you must be Stoli, sent by Uthastair Mooring, yes? There's a small scorpion stinger he wanted. You better hurry back with it. His alchemist has very strong feelings about the freshness of ingredients. Misplaced, of course. Small scorpion stinger doesn't spoil. So you know what they say about one man's poison. Hurry along. What do they say about what? I don't... Actually, stop caring. Actually, I don't care anymore. Let's go back to this equipment shop. What quality are you? Better appointed? Okay. I'll take your arrows. Taking your arrows. Nope. Nothing else for us. Alt. Back to Way Rest. That's not too far from the castle. Excellent. Job done. The small scorpion stinger will be delivered. Will be queen of the ball. Ta-da! Good time, Alchemist. Be so pleased. It is a most excellent small scorpion stinger. As I promise you, is your malachite. Pretty, isn't it? Oh, malachite. Oh. A fanciful mood. Oh. Any news? I saw this puff of red smoke rise out of Uthastair's Mooring's palace like a bird. His palace? That's probably fine. Don't think for a minute I've forgotten you. How are you, friend? Any news? Never stood by the Knights of the Hawk and the Thieves Guild with you. That's over now, at least. Hello. You may be aware that I am forming an alliance with Gondorian Kingston. To cement our friendship, I have agreed to arrange the death of a consistent threat to him. Some sort of monster. This foul parasite lives in a decrepit old place called Ruins of Hearthhouse Manor. He has agreed to pay the creature's assassin 386 gold in return. Not too bad, I'm sure you'll agree. Sure, yeah. We'll go try to hunt down a foul parasite. Recognize a good deal when you hear it, huh? I should be dead in 19 days. Get over the Ash House Farmstead. Almost forgot I don't know what kind of... God, right? This chain... What's in the log? All right. So I could ask around, I think, about Skororog. I think that's something I could do. Yo. Howdy. How can I help you, stranger? No, I'm full of shit. All right. Can't remember everything, I guess. Ruins of Hearthhouse Manor. Let's go. And we will use our hijinks to arrive here cautiously now. Oh, yo, well, you might be onto something, Queen of Lasers. You might be onto something. I never got this diamond identified. I'll try to identify it this way. Doesn't do anything while equipped. All right. So no. Speed up to 94 while we have our magic on. Excellent. Monster hunting. How big's this dungeon? That's not too big. Starting off here? Okay, yeah, sure. Still don't have a means of curing disease or poison. Just noting that to myself, really. I don't know what type of creature to expect, but I guess I'll listen out for anything that might be a vampire? Maybe? Hopefully not. Whoa! Hey now. Get out of here, burglar. Burglar class. Weird in this game. Accidentally forbidden from using leather and chain, but allowed to use plate armor. I believe that's the burglar class. Just narrow my eyes thinking I heard the vampire. Ice storms. We're using the ice storms item. Here's a bunch of doors. Yeah, the music has been killed at this point. I'm like... So, vampires in Daggerfall Unity are far more dangerous than they are in the base video game. The reasoning behind that is that the brilliant minds, the Daggerfall workshop community, Interkarma being the lead behind, you know, getting Daggerfall Unity to be working and all, decided that the sleep spell needed to function instead of it being a broken mess. So enemies who cast a sleep spell, or, you know, anything else that, you know, like a spell that attacks your fatigue, gotcha, works. The sleep spell is a damage over time spell that targets your fatigue. And it can do a lot of damage. Can send you plummeting straight into unconsciousness. The sleep spell's incredible efficacy is a primary reason I encourage people to take immunity to magic damage in character creation. So you can be immune to that spell. Going away from the vampire, I think. I'm assuming, based on, like, you know, things, that it's going to be the vampire. Dead end room. This was a cubby hole? Just a cubby hole. There's no secret door there. Okay. Go back to this section, then. You know, I can't swear to that, to being able to answer that question for sure. Immunity to magic would also render you immune to the paralysis effects of giant spiders and giant scorpions. But, like, the poison damage from, like, a toxin cloud, I don't think you'd be immune to that. I don't remember. Ow. You'd also be immune to, like, poison off of, like, you know, like, enemies who are attacking me here could have, like, poison on their weapons. I believe. Hey. I'm just choosing to stay crouched. It helps me with aiming the bow sometimes. Alright, didn't want to see this. This is actually where we've entered dungeons before, in this room to the left. Like right here. There's been a dungeon entrance. Okay. I haven't... Looking at where I saw the vampire, or where I heard the vampire. In relation to where I am in the dungeon. I think I'm going to slide down here. I do have the levitate item. In case, you know, things go wrong. There is an enemy down there. Prancing about. Let's, use this sleeping cloth amulet. Age down a little bit. Hello? I really don't want to be subjected to the triple strike of this enemy type. However, my levitate is soon to expire. Oh, good. Great. Timely that. Dead end room. Takes us back here. I missed this door. It wasn't even hidden. I just missed it. Okay. I'll turn the music back on. I'm not muted, I'm just in concentration. This room. Okay. I shouldn't play around with these rats. They could disease me. I was like, oh, now it's time for hand-to-hand. Like, eh. I think the dragon scales, but they're pretty heavy. I put my weapon away for a couple of reasons. One, obscures some of the screen. Not that much, but a little. It's a secondary reason. The primary reason is that the game automatically attempts checks using your language skills to render enemies non-hostile. If you have a weapon drawn, the check is much more difficult. there is a chance that I could pacify some of the enemies I come across. Daggerfall Unity expands it to allowing for more enemy types to be pacified. That's the vampire. Like, there's a secret room there that can be a quest location, but it's not a secret in this variant of the module. Alright, I heard that sound like to my east. I think I know how I'm going to get there. Okay. And a reminder, this type of enemy has a triple strike melee attack. Much safer to face them and range combat when they'll just pepper me with an arrow every now and then than getting into melee combat. I think I'm going to rest here. Yeah. Do some training with my spellcasting. Excellent. My Fina Nortogo spell has auto recast at 99 speed with that. Excellent. This does not lead to where I thought it would. Alright. Fine. I guess I'm going... Yeah, that's the termination of this entirely. Unless there was a secret door down here that I missed beyond the secret door I already opened. No, I think I'm heading out of here then. I want to head to this direction. Over this way. Alright. Gonna be a little bit of a jog. Now, if the vampire is not the foul creature I'm here to slay, that's okay. But it's something for me to go off of, sound-wise, and I'm not running into any other vampires in this dungeon. That's a keynote. If everywhere had a vampire, it'd be different. I flipped to the map a lot just to calibrate myself in this video game. The dungeons can get very... Forgot about that door. Lord, did I forget about that door. Well, thank you for reminding me about that door. Yeah. Yeah, you would've... So I'm thinking my vampire is, in this area, but down. So this could be a way for me to access... Here's door opening. Now, that sound of a door opening could actually be a door opening, or could also be the game fucking with me. Because the game will, play sound effects sometimes that are actual events happening in the game. And if you think that's a dick move, I agree. If you don't think that's a dick move, I agree. Wait, what? Let's check that room. I remember this module. I'm not hearing my target behind there, though. And indeed not. Okay. So there's a way for me to further go in this direction if I backtrack to here. We'll call this Deep Frown Again. The sequel. You damn burglars and your locked doors. Okay. Staring at this hallway, this is going to be a little dead-end cubby. Yeah. In a different dungeon, this would lead to a different module. I want to come here. No. I'm going to come... I just keep humming like a giant. Yeah. I don't remember this one too well. I was expecting it to be something there isn't. Looks at floating skull. I'm saving before I'm clicking on that, but I kind of gotta click on that. Just in case. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was a floating skull of kill you. That's Daggerfall. But it might not have been. It could have been a floating skull of teleport me. Pretty sure variants of this module can include teleportation. I seem to recall that. A gate. Don't need your recipe. I'm not doing this whole potion crafting business. Okay. Not sure what to make of this. Whatever will open those gates is going to be in that module. But let's just put a pin in that one, and we'll get back to that later. Maybe. Or maybe we won't need to, you know. Okay. Ow. Yeah, where's my Daggerfall Berg? Damn it. Takes me the other side of this gate. Okay, I'm still like in that area. Here's doors open. Rounds. I don't know, make it this one. I changed the positioning of these at all? It sure does. Hey! Fucking trying to bamboozle me. I'm an expert adventurer. I know to check my corners and save video games. Fuck is this? Back here. Okay, there's other shit I haven't checked out over here. right. Let's sleep. Maybe I need to change the binding of these two keys. If I'm going to keep pressing that to crap, maybe. We'll think about it. All right, what's the speed now? 97. Okay. All right. Okay. Out here we go. I see. Well, that's fucking awkward, but I'm not out of area yet to look. All the way down here? Yep. Yeah, this room could have like a brick door like in the rafters sometimes. Check your corners. No brick door this time, but it is an ornate looking room, yeah. Look, I wasn't clicking on you. I was clicking on the body, okay? There's no need for you to deal damage to me. Was not clicking upon the... No. How dare. You calm your flaming edifice. All right, we're over here now. The dungeon made some noise at me. Ah. Yeah. Okay. Team burglar. At full force. Now, the vampire and these humans would fight unless the vampire is a quest target. There's no monster infighting when quest targets are involved. They can still be nuked by like spells, area effect spells. I've seen that happen before. It's been captured on footage. Yeah, that's my target. I'm in a special kind of hell right here where I don't want to fight her in melee combat, and I don't want to fight her in ranged combat. Oh, excuse me. His. I apologize for misgendering you. Again, I don't want to get hit by that damage over time sleep spell. It will fuck me up. I'm doomed. Fucking doomed. Nuke her. It's the only way. You gotta fucking nuke her. For the love of God, you nuke harder, damn it. Alright. I get it back to that location. I elected not to save. I chose to believe in the capabilities of the team. My confidence was not misplaced. It's also not difficult of a jog to get back there. We'll ignore that room this time, I guess. Ow, my bones. All right. We had to show off what the hell she could do. That's fine and great. I think it's now just ice storms. Dodge! Oh, that's bad. All right. Okay. Okay. Mom, the vampire keeps saving. All right. Vampire, stop saving. Phew. I might have killed some burglars through walls. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Quest room right here, tucked in here. Sometimes that's bricked over. Okie dokie. Guess I'm running out. Phew. We did it. Yeah, I guess I'll run out. Sure. It's technically possible for my character to be able to cast the recall spell after boring you all with how long the training would take, so why not just run out? No telly to exit for us, at least at this time. Probably gonna want to snooze. And just drop down the hole again. The hole again. Wait a minute. No, it's fine. Just, the joys of navigation. All right. Leveled up my destruction skill from all the usage of the Ice Storm's magic item. Using magic items like that will train the magic skill. All right. Whew. Excellent. What's the condition of the Ice Storm shirt? Still new. We have slain the enemy, and now we head for the Ash House Farmstead. A young lad with a rose of wayrest embroidered on a surcoat appears at your side, hands you an engraved card, and disappears. King Edwin and Queen Berenzia, sovereigns of the Kingdom of Wayrest, are proud to announce the engagement of Mulgaia, Princess of Wayrest, to Caradil, King of Firsthold in the Isle of Somerset. We did that. That's us. We're responsible for that. Exciting. Hey, we have slain the foul leech, the vile cretinous creature Skarug. He will trouble you no more. There you are, my damn spinning wheel. Yes, I've already heard word that a giant pestilence is at an end. Why is giant... Maybe you just want to treat it, the vampire, the severity he deserved. I don't know where you were found, but I'm glad she did. Here's your reward. Thank you for your service. You're welcome. It's been enjoyable. We had some fun dungeon dives. The first one this character did at level 2 was definitely a doozy. by the way, Rest. I think even if I have a positive relationship with Queen Berencia, for her to message me about the thing, that it takes her some time before she's willing to write the letter about the thing anyway. Alright, that's 2 quests done for the Nobility Way Rest, just to, you know, take a break from things, see some different quests and stuff. I'm gonna get my, my bow fixed. All my bows fixed, really, before I do any more diving. I would go looking around shops here, it's just they're not conveniently located. Like, I'd go elsewhere in Wayrest to do some weapon shopping. And also, you know, Elven's good. Ish. One of those is a bank up there? Maybe even 2 of them are banks. Knights of the Rose over here, is that right? Yeah, Knights of the Rose. It's a nightly order. You're allowed to join one of those. If that's your sort of thing. Alright, repair bow, repair bow. Repair bow. We'll, you know, take a little bit.
Oh,
Is there a conduct?
Great stuff.
It's the bottom right corner. Just a default archer class. So I wouldn't call that vibing. Introspective. Appreciate you slathering me in wealth. Yum. Gotta kill some time. I'm not going out anywhere until I get my bows back. How much gold do I have? I'm still pretty well off. Sick. Alright. Could be those 2 bows. And loiter the extra hour. There we go. Bows done. We gotta shoot through a couple dozen arrows as well. What's the restoration skill up to? 14%. Exciting. Okay. I would need to have a 22% skill level in order to be able to join the Mages Guild. Like 22 for my highest magic skill, and then like 4 for my second highest. I think it's 22. I have a magic diamond, or did I identify that already? I did not identify that. Powers unknown. Cast when used, a lightning. All right. We take that. Something I could have tried to bop the vampire with was the silent amulet. I prefer my solution. Ever hoping and praying that the silent spell goes through successfully. I mean, I could buy it. Casting it. We'll buy it. We'll look at it. Maybe I'll feel like standing in a temple order that which trains mysticism for a half hour. to get the requisite skill level to cast that spell with 25 spell points. Yeah, 25. Excellent. All right, with the bows repaired, tell you what, we'll throw down with one more noble quest. If the nobles away rest have another thing to offer me, we'll take it. Maybe we'll read another one of our books, too. We've gone through 4 today. Hello. Well met, stranger. Any news? None that I know of. Don't think for a minute I've forgotten you. How are you, my friend? No news that you know of? We just did the quest for you. Ah, my friend Skororog's nemesis. What may I do for you? Any news? Can't think of any. Good to see you. News? No, no news. Newsless. Bereft of news. No news. Prince Elseth? Can't even interact with you. Damn, doesn't want to talk to me anymore. How are you, Lord Darkmoor? Is that your name? Lord Darkwarf. Well met, stranger. It's Carithus. Yeah. If you want work, I am looking for someone to take a special ruby to an acquaintance of mine. The reward will be extremely liberal. Interested? Okay, yeah. Excellent. Here's the ruby. All right. Aldwork. Copperwing residence. I guess we're here. Let's read The True Berenzia Part 8. Berenzia sat in the hall at dinner, pushing her food about on her plate, feeling bored and restless. Samachus was away, having been summoned to Imperial City by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She'd lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur into one another. Perhaps she should have gone with him, but there'd been the delegation from Tyr, we'll say, on a tiresome matter that required delicate handling. A bard was singing, but Berenzia hadn't been listening. Lately, all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Now a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Berenzia sat up straight and turned to glare at him, and worse, then realized that he was singing of some ancient war with Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of King Morillon and his brave companions. A tale was old enough, yet the song was new. And the meaning, Berenzia wasn't sure. A bold fellow, but with a good voice and an ear for poetry and music. Rather handsome, too, in a raffish way. He didn't look exactly prosperous, nor was he all that young. Certainly he wasn't under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard him before, or at least heard of him? Who is he? She whispered to her dinner companion, who shrugged and said, calls himself Nightingale. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honor and the purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. For he turned all questions away with a joking answer or a wild tale, yet one given so charmingly that it was impossible to take offense. My true name? Milady, I am no one. No, my parents named me No One. Or was it Nobody? What doth it matter? How can parents give name to that which they know not? Ah, I believe that was the name. Know not. I have been Nightingale for so long. I do not quite remember. Oh, since last month at the very least, or was it last week? All my memory goes in the song and tales, you see. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite boring. Where was I born? Why, nowhere. I planned to settle in Dunraman when I get there, but I'm in no hurry. I see, and will you then marry at leisure? Very perceptive of you, my lady. Perhaps, although I find Inest quite charming too at whiles. Ah, you are fickle then. Like the wind, milady, I blow hither and yon and hot and cold. Stay with us a while then, if you will. As you wish, milady. Berenzia found her interest in life rekindled. All that had seemed stale seemed fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation and song with Nightingale. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises, nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he merely said, What greater praise of thy charm couldst thou ask than what thy own mirror gives thee? And if words thou wouldst have, thou hast those of the greatest bards of the land. How should I vie with them, I who was born but a week gone by? For once they spoke privately, for Berenzia, unable to sleep, had bidden him come to her chamber, that his music might soothe her. Thou art lazy and a coward, else I hold no charm for thee. My lady, to praise thee I must know thee, and thy spirit is wrapped in clouds of enchantment. Not so, 'tis thy words that weave enchantment, and thy eyes. Know me if thou wilt, and if thou darest. He came to her. They lay close, kissed and embraced. Not even Berenzia truly knows herself, he whispered softly. How can I? Berenzia, thou seekest and thou knowest not, nor yet for what. What would you have that you have not? Passion, she whispered. Passion, and children born of it. And for thy children, what? What birthright will you give them? Freedom, she whispered. Freedom to be what they are. Where can I find these things? They lie beside you and beneath you. Dare stretch out your hand to take them. But Symmachus, I tell you, in me lies the answer to part of your quest, and below us in these very minds lies that which will grant us the power to achieve it. Sure. That which Morlin and Edward between them used to free High Rock from Nord domination of their spirit. Properly used, none can stand against it, not even that power which the Emperor controls. Freedom, Berenzia. Freedom from the chains that bind you. Think on it, Berenzia. He kissed her again softly and withdrew. You're not going, she cried out, for her body yearned for him. For now, he said, pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on it. I don't need to think what must we do, what preparation must we make. Why none? You can enter the mines freely. Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies and lift it from its resting place. The horn of summoning, she whispered. Is it true? How do you know? 'Tis said it's buried neath Daggerfall itself. Nay, long have I studied this matter. Ere his death, King Edward gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Morlin, who secreted here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the guard Ethan, whose birthplace this is. Now thou knowest what it hath cost me many long years and weary miles to learn. But the god? Trust me, dear heart, all will be well. Laughing, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards at the great doors that led below. Berenzia made her usual tour of inspection, but instead of leaving afterwards, she and Nightingale entered a long sealed door that led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old passages had collapsed, and they had to clear a passage or find a way around. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there and sometimes attacked them. I know that all too well. We've been gone too long, Berenzia said. They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them? Whatever you please, Nightingale laughed. You are the queen, aren't you? Symmachus, that peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always has, always will. We shall hold the power, love. His lips were the sweetest wine, every touch of fire and lightning. Now, she said, take me now, I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet. Not here. Not like this. He waved around at the ancient dusty rubble and grim rock walls. Just a little longer. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank wall. Here it lies. His hands wove a spell and the wall dissolved to reveal the entrance to an ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of the god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantium anvil. By my blood, I bid you wake. Morlin's heir of ebon heart am I, last of the royal kin, sharer of thy blood. At Morrowind's last need, with all elvendom in peril of their souls, release to me that which thou guardst. Now do I bid thee strike. At his words, the statue stirred and quickened, and the blank stone eyes glowed red. The massive head nodded, the hammer smoked the anvil, which split asunder with a thunderous crash. The stone god himself crumbled. Berenzia clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, crying aloud. Nightingale strode boldly forward and clasped what lay among the ruins with a cry of ecstasy, lifting it high. Someone's coming, Berenzia cried. Wait, that's not the horn. It's a staff. Indeed, my dear, you see truly at last. Nightingale laughed aloud then. I'm sorry, my darling, that I must leave you now. Perhaps we'll meet again one day. Until then, Symmachus, she said to the mail-clad figure who'd appeared behind them, she's yours. No! Berenzia sprang up and ran toward him. He was gone, winked out of existence, just as Symmachus, sword drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air, and he stood as still as if he'd taken the stone god's place. Berenzia said nothing. Symmachus told the half-dozen elves who had accompanied him to say only that Nightingale and the queen had lost their way, been set upon by spiders. Nightingale had fallen into a deep crevice that had closed upon him. His body could not be recovered. The queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of the friend who had fallen in her defense. Such was his power of command that the slack-jawed soldiers, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of the event, were half convinced that it was true. Berenzia was escorted above and taken to her chamber, where she dismissed her servants and sat stunned, too shaken even to weep. Samaka stood watching her. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" he said finally. "You should have told me," Berenzia whispered. "The staff of unity and chaos. I never dreamed it lay here." He said. A mewling moan escaped her lips, and she doubled over in agony. "What have I done? What now? What's to become of me?" "You loved him?" Yes. Oh, may the gods have mercy on me. I did love him." Samakas' hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with a new light, and he sighed softly. "Ah, that's something, then. You will become a mother if it's within my power. As for the rest, my dear, I expect you have loosed a storm upon the land. It will be a while yet in the brewing. When it comes, we'll weather it together." He stripped her clothing from her and carried her to the bed. Out of grief and longing, her body responded to his as never before, pouring forth all the nightingale had woken in her. She was emptied, and then filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As the babe grew in her womb, so did her feeling for patient, faithful Samakas, rooted in long friendship and affection, at last ripened into the fullness of true love. Excuse me, I choked up, I guess. 8 years later, their love was blessed again with a little daughter. Directly after Nightingale's theft of the staff, Samakas had sent secret messages to Uriel Septim of the matter, but had not gone himself, choosing rather to stay with Berenzia during her fertile period, and father the child upon her. For this and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's disfavor and suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, but Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he'd come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Berenzia, but part human too, I think, in disguise, else would I not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf, for sure, of some ancient lineage, else he could not have freed the staff, Samakas reasoned. I think he would have lain with thee. As elf he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part with thee. He knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods, he hath not that. It seems all was as he expected. Yet how did he know? I placed it there myself with the aid of the ragtail end of the clan, who now sits in king in Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn, but left the staff for safekeeping. Nightingale can use a staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power that Nightingale seeks, Berenzia said. All seek power, each in our own way. I have found what I sought, Berenzia said. Yeah, Nightingale. The Staff of Chaos. Yeah, nothing wild ended up coming of that. That's probably fun. Whew. Oh, right. Deliver a ruby. That's where we were. Put this book away. We're going to... I can click on these things now. No. It's not functional. At least not for that quest. Cool. Old work. Let's go. Yay! All right. Max HP of 86. Sure. The courier steps up to you with a letter in hand. I was told to give this letter to someone fitting your description. The courier, you take it. The courier turns and walks quickly away. We are overdue for a letter from Sentinel. And indeed, Sully. Greetings and salutations. I hope your trip was uneventful. Yeah. They say that you are keenly interested in the haunting of Daggerfall. My father and King Lysander were somewhat close. Should you come visit me, I might be able to shed some light upon recent events involving Lysander. Prince Lotan, a Castle Sentinel. I am looking for... Did someone shoot at me? Yes, someone shot at me. Don't know. How about you? Do you know? We're not going to engage the person shooting at me. We're just going to keep it moving. Not going to get stalled by folks who might want to stop this delivery from occurring. Don't get distracted. Damn, the resonance was like where I came into town. Halt. Welcome. Hello. Good to see you. And the ruby, too. Excellent. Here's a little trinket for your trouble. I hope you like red. Take care of yourself. Is this some laundering scheme? Wait a minute. Hold on. You can't just give me this. Hold on. Whatever. It's different. What the hell was I a part of, man? All right, well, anyway. I guess I'll head for Castle Sentinel now. It's going to be a longer quest chain there. At least they have, like, a shopping center in the bottom left corner. Sure. Sentinel's up here. You know, across from Booby Siddata. Raining. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Hey. 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 All right. Apparently that Nightblade would not be denied. Followed me all the way from Wayrest. Sentinel out here in Hammerfell with its frequent rain and open standing rectangular pools. Side of Ion? Yeah, I need to go to the south. Oh, it's not going to be that long. Just, Sarcher's gotten a lot of great work done. Welcome on in, welcome on in. To Castle Sentinel. Prince Lotan right here. There's a whole lot of wonderful, friendly faces. We'll try chatting with them, see if any of them feel like, you know, sharing the hot deets. Welcome to Sentinel. I guess you must have received my letter. I know some things about Lysander and why he might be haunting Daggerfall. Before I tell you, you have to promise to do something for me first. Is that all right? Yeah. You will think RK. You see, I used to have an older brother, 10 or 11 years older than me, named Shushir. Shusir. Shush. Whenever I ask what happened to him, I'm told a different story. Some say he got sick and died. Some say he was kidnapped by the Underking. I want to know the truth. And find some proof of what really happened to him. I'll tell you all I know about King Lysandas. It has been occasional tradition that I walk around here in Castle Sentinel and ask folks. And stumble into, like, noble quests along the way. I'm not against the idea. We'll see which of these kids, as there's a couple in here, reject me. Yeah, I've heard of you, of course. Nothing good. Get lost. Well met, stranger. Tell me about Shush. Why should I tell you go bother someone else? Was Lord Kavar's in here? Nah, yeah, that is Lord Kavar. What do you want now? Any news? You sure? I heard about it, but I forgot what it was. We don't look at the room behind us. Oh, what the hell? We'll look at the room behind us. Well met, stranger. Hey, you know, I don't particularly care to be your lackey. Run along now. In classic Daggerfall, you'll end up in that one particular dungeon a lot, and it's almost a sure thing that the death certificate will be right there at that campfire. That said, in Daggerfall Unity, we've found the death certificate pretty close by the entrance a number of occasions. Bye, Pelagius, just what I need. What? To be honest, I don't trust you. You don't feel like talking today, Lord Vosek. We've had that problem before with you. Well met, stranger. Ask someone else, I can't help you.
Oh, it's great stuff. Great stuff.
Just one more run. That's right, Riptire. I appreciate it. Yeah. Wait, does that sound like something I'm involved in? Really? Really? Come on. Hello. Well met, stranger. I believe this guy also has a positive reaction to you if you're a member of the Mages Guild. Howdy. We've had this guy, get insulted by us before. And, throw down. He sent a champion after us. It was a whole thing. For you, nothing good, of course, get lost. This servant lady in here has also bamboozled us. Oh, but Tizzy feels like chatting with us today. This conversation has grown tiresome. Lead me now. It seems like we have long since fixed the Daggerfall Unity issue of a wraith escaping from a room floating in the void and coming to pursue me through the walls. That's good. That's Bush. Afraid that means nothing to me. The peasants will be far more helpful. I'm not going up to the next floor. Let's get shut down by this kid. Why would I help a complete stranger, especially one with your reputation? We've had him out with us a few times. In all of the runs I've streamed. Despise your kind, just go away. Damn. Alright. We didn't extract any useful information from anyone in here. That's no surprise. But they also didn't offer me any quests. A pity, that. What do you want now? Tell me. The truth. Why? Yeah. Shut down. Guard? By the mist, just what I needed. Sorry, friend, can't help you there. How about you? What the hell do you want? Wasn't he the Scholar Prince? But you may already know that. The Scholar. We've asked around enough at this point that we've set the flag. That in a few days, we will be directed along the quest line. It is long since done. But why not continue to be nosy? I gotta wait for shops to open anyway. I gotta go. Could be anywhere. Ask around more, friends. Someone's bound to know. Why would I want to help you? You know what? I think it's time for us to bring the face out. There we go. Came down with a fever and eventually died. That's all I know. I have permitted that face to hide for long enough. Buy my lady just what I need. I've had folks come in before in the broadcast that I've done of this over the years and be like, are you using... Have you heard about Daggerfall Unity? And just confused by the fact this interface is here. Like, yeah, this is Daggerfall Unity. I broadcast plenty of the DOS version. Spirit's a high rock as if I know. Excuse me, we're in Hammerfell. Need you to show proper respect. Damn the dragon. I'm new to Sentinel too. Alright. I think this will be the last person I ask. So, all Stilly has managed to learn is that Truseer was the Scholar Prince who supposedly came down with a fever and died. People have all sorts of preferences of how they like to view things. How dare you enjoy that aesthetic? You're making the wrong decision. the dragon shop. That's which dragon. Now we're gonna go do some weapon shopping here. Would really like to find a better than elven shortbow. A dwarven claymore. We've seen multiple dwarven longblades. You can also use replacements for the arrows I've shot along the way. Fine incense shop. Here are their weaponsmith. I don't think the other shelf. Yeah, it's the same shelf. Just one. It's an iron bow. Yeah, it's good stuff. We'll poke our heads in the armor smith. Sturdy shells, though, I'm not expecting wonders. Dwarven mace, elven shortbow. It's not like I got two of those, man. Bow hunting. Do you know Shusir? We can do clothes shopping later. Hello? Hi. It's all up in your personal space. Nothing? Dang. Nothing but spiky bras. Just thorny bra menacing out beneath the chainmail. As you do. It's to say highfalutin weapon shop. You sometimes hit it real big here. Not today. We've done plenty of reading. Do have King Edward Part 6. There are entire libraries you can just go into and read the books on the shelves. And if we joined the Mages Guild and got a high enough rank, we could fully embrace drinking in all the texts of the Mages Guild. A magic long shirt. Yeah, I'll pick that up. You'll automatically put it on. We'll go get this identified. I don't wear it, though. Get out of here. Clothes shopping is a bit, we got our Khajiit suit on, and I don't want to put on a, that's a bottom, and I don't want to buy a top because I got my Torgo's formal brassiere that increases my speed. The tits go zoomies, man. How could one say no? Yeah, let's go get this identified. Thank you, Dana Hare. Music. This tune's a little bombastic. I guess it's not 11 yet. I'm going to be waiting around for days anyway. Maybe I should go do some minor work while waiting. Blazing Longshirt of Fireballs. Sick. We got an Ice Storm shirt and a Fireballs shirt. Let's go. It's pretty good. All right. We spent plenty of time over the runs at this tavern. I'll have a sleep here and, well, And just go. I'll have a sleep here anyway. Take a load off the feet. Give me a room for a day. Give me some wine, please. I got some spells to cast. Good night. Etiquette, streetwise, jumping, mercantile. Sick. And I even got a room downstairs instead of having to come down all the way from the 3rd floor. What are you people doing outside? There we go. Solved it. Let's head to Lanisa. That probably has a fighter's guild. Or something for me to do. Something for me to get in trouble with. Yeah. I will not make it to the Fighters Guild before they close. Yeah, that's a quirky thing about Daggerfall Unity. There's been a number of jokes and a few clips about that where I'm yelling at peasants who are still outside during nighttime, but then when you look away and you look back, it's like how you'll be woken up from rest because there are enemies. But then you actually have to like look around for the enemies to render into reality. This has a little bit of a shopping center too now, doesn't it? Something to consider. Yes, maybe we can go bow shopping here. There's our fighter trainers. It's similar to a fighter's guild, only this is a holy building, I think. Also, we have this triumphant music. All right, give me some training, please. Now costs 500 gold. I won't be able to pay for too much of this. I got stuff to sell, though. Take care, mech. Rest well, my champion. For tomorrow, yeah. I got some stuff to sell. It'd be better at a shop that was cruddy. I won't bother looking. What order is that, RK? Right, that's the patron deity here of Sentinel, I think. Sturdy shells, you work just fine for my ingredients to sell. Some nymph hairs, some pearls, a Daedra heart, the dragon scales, this malachite. Hell, you can have this ruby too. Great. Sturdy Shells General Store, I think you'll work just fine for my purposes too. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yes, the true Berenzia, Part 8. What a tale it was. Let's sell our jokes, and we're good. Sell that, sell this wand that Princess Morgaya told us to play fetch with, bonked us over the head with. Jerk. All that stuff too. Alright. That'd be some gold to buy a better bow if we see it offered to us. Now we can do some training with it as we kill some time and wait for a message. Better pointed armor smith. They have weapons at the bottom. Bunch of garbage. It'd be what it be, and we'll check out the weaponsmith here. They have a number of shelves. Average quality. We'll see. We're definitely going to get more arrows on each of these shelves at the weaponsmith. Another dwarven longsword. Another elven shortbow. Dwarven Tonto. At least that's a different weapon. Elven staff. Or no arrows on that damn shelf earlier. That's fucked up. Another dwarven claymore. Elven longbow. That's different, at least. I'll probably end up buying this. Yeah. Even if there's a dwarven longbow, I still want that to be a backup. And go through bow durability pretty quick. Yet another dwarven claymore, dwarven flail. I don't think the upstairs of the weaponsmith. Yeah. Poker heads around, be nosy, stumble into someone. Hi, hello, no one. All right. Sure. Well, it's good. Elven longbow, a slight upgrade in damage. I think it's really going to be a real upgrade in the durability of that. We'll carry around both short bows. They don't weigh that much. These arrows weigh 42.5 kilograms, except they don't, which is very fortunate. All right, well, we're covered on arrows for our next dungeon dive, unless I run into higher-end undead. That would be a problem. That's the best equipment here. We'll see about that, won't we? Some day gowns, evening gowns. Another bra. Dwarven shortbow, hey. Yeah. Pick that up. Stash one of these. We have 6 to 18 damage and a dwarven material quality net. So I can actually shoot and harm a harpy instead of using hand-to-hand combat. Mithril is what we're looking for to have the minimum weapon material to harm anyone in the game. Mithril and adamantium are the same, except for, like, aesthetic. They are the exact same stat-wise. So that would work, too. Okay. Let's do some work for the Fighters Guild. I think I'll do a job in town. And combined with that, that should give us enough gold to hopefully pass enough time to have some agent of the Underking send us a letter. It should be a letter from a concerned citizen. Or some such. Bob. Killing time. Howdy. Well. Boom, bum, 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 bum. I don't hear this track much. Let's do a hunt for giant rodents in town. Relatively menial job. Else here in town has infested by giant rodents. The Garecroft residence. We haven't done this job type yet. The stream. Hello. What do you want now? Excellent. Wow, that... If only they were all so conveniently located. We've had it happen before where I've had a fighters guild, like, in this type of town and come down here in the south, right there. We've been pretty fortunate overall with our jobs. I'm actually going to engage in some fisticuffs here. There's temple services in town if I am diseased. Hand-to-hand is a primary skill for the archer, so helps to get some use of it. Hey. Oh. There are no modifications beyond what Daggerfall Unity does. This is a clean install of Daggerfall Unity. The default archer class is doing pretty well. Assigned it some difficult tasks with the dungeon diving. And sure done all right. Fighters Guild won't quibble over the rest. We've done the job, but we'll clean up this one too. There we go. And I guess you're on the way out, so we'll clean up this one as well. Get out of here, you. All right, I'm job done. The filth of Daggerfall. Killing Bazzy with giant ones doesn't take much skill, but it pays the same. Give me some critical strike training. We'll do our 4 spellcasts. It's pretty late night. We'll just sleep the night away. I think I need to idle 1 more hour. Yeah. We can do some training again. Spend that gold. All right, give me 1 more training. Great. All right. Stretch. Limber up a bit here. We're still killing time. Give me a dungeon dive while I wait. It could be as simple as the giant killing again. Sure, I'll go to a place and kill a half a dozen giants. Howdy, if you got a few days free, a job just came in for some giant killing and I thought of you. Interested? Sure, yeah. Ruins of Raupton Hall. I'm narrowing my eyes. I've picked the other giant killing quest. Instead of hunting for like a pack of giants, I'm hunting for a single giant. This is added with the Comp USA special patch. Oh well. Sure. Hey. Let's go. Hunt 1 singular giant. We'll put on our fancy speed bra. Equip the dwarven bow. Look around the aesthetic. Looks pretty full. I'm not even in a rush to enter. I just want to look at the externals. Used to be a place that meant something.
Up to no good.
Carmine, appreciate you slathering me in wealth, bathing me in delicious revenue. Thank you. Almost daytime. Let's see how this place lights up during the day. Yeah, let's see how this place lights up during the day. Oh. So, when you come to a dungeon location, you may sometimes have difficulty finding the entrance. You'll want to look forward and you'll want to sweep in a cone like that. You don't want to do like a 90-degree arc, like a 30 to 45-degree arc, because you'll be facing the entrance. You just might have to do a little bit of cone sweep. In case you do that, that should hold you. Mission accomplished. All right. Yep. Default archer class. All right, we're starting off here. I'm looking for one giant. Singular. We hunted a pack of giants earlier. Hello. Also hello. Right, the archery looks a little weird with full screen mode off. Let's hide the face again. There we go. Elven longbow. How about that potion of water walking? We take those. Pearl, we'll snatch that. Ectoplasm, not interested. And keep that. This will be a pretty easy dungeon to run in, kill some enemies, loot, rinse, repeat. So I'm listening out for a lycanthrope or a grizzly. No, wrong quest. I'm listening out for a giant. Stompy sounds. Dungeon's not huge. Should be a dead end room. Indeed. All right. Let's stay on this side. We're watching the Storm Bull. Hell of them spellcasters. Storm Bull here to bring order to chaos, while also bringing some chaos. Ah. This module. This character is friendlier than most with Daedra. When they were 3 or 4, per the biography, they were rescued from terrible, horrible wizards by Daedra. I'm not making that up. That's first paragraph. There we go. I'm not much a fan of this module. Could always ditch this quest. The one giant's not worth it. Or, I can run into a separate module. It's just going to be like a connector piece. Good shot, Grim. Yep. Nope. Wrong button. The joys of having a combat-capable character firmly and thoroughly with some levels behind them and some gear. Though these enemies are not the most harrowing of enemies to face. That is a fanciful helmet we cannot wear. We are restricted from wearing anything but leather and chain. No plate armor for us, alas. You did it. You showed up. Little dead-end cubbyhole. This elevator. I want to take that. Not yet. Let's stay crouched. All right, that's it. This has happened too many times. I am clearly running on, programming from previous runs of Daggerfall. Swap those 2 keys. I would not consider stealth to be a primary component of this video game. It is a component. Tertiary at best. As opposed to how Twitch had this labeled as a stealth game some years back. That's been rectified. That's a zombie. Zombies are very dangerous. Dealing up to 50 hit points of damage with their attacks. Which, when we first saw zombies in this stream, one hit killed us. We're beyond one hit kill territory, but we're still very firmly in 2 hit kill territory. How does armor work in Daggerfall? It impacts to hit chances. Zombie alone in this room? No one. This is where I'm asking myself whether I still want to be in this module or just go fuck off back to the module where I started. Well, let's just run around. We'll find the giant or we won't. Yeah, okay. Could ignore that water momentarily. Yes, I am crouching. That is intended gameplay on my part. It helps me, the player, angle my bow shots at times. Okay. Yeah. I think you see this module in Lysanus' tube. You run through this, like you turn here. Get out of here, Battle Mage. Another Holy Dagger. Those sell for a lot. Yum. Pretty low on fatigue. Hey, bud. Not like that restored much. I think I'm just going to go ahead and sleep here. Lich Dust. Yeah, that's actually worth something. Let's sleep now. Oh. Less cool. Get out of that room. Zombies are a great indicator of an enemy where it's like, God, I really wish I had a to-hit bonus with weapons if you're doing, like, hand-to-hand. The Elsewherian Dream playthrough where I was an acrobat went into that a lot. The default acrobat class, where he really missed out on having a to-hit bonus. It's worth a whole hell of a lot. I saw this module earlier today. Yeah, that can be a dungeon entrance. All right. Congratulations. Okay. That's a slaughterfish. Yeah, it's a slaughterfish. I killed the music so I could listen out for enemies, these human enemies. We don't get lots of rich sounds from them. Okay. They'll open the door. How's the bow doing? Worn. I'm wielding it. It's different. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. You were gonna go get killed by the zombie. I mean, you still very much got killed by the zombie. Okay. Turn the music back on. Yeah, it's something that I found missing from Daggerfall when I was a kid first playing this game in 1996. You know, like it's a Doom, damn it. And it's a real selling point for Daggerfall Unity, as far as I'm concerned. The ability to have a monster in fighting toggle. You could leave off the toggle. You don't have to have your monsters in fight. Zombie just laying waste to level 6 mages. Double zombie. That's one of them handled. It's very helpful that my character is this quick. We've got high base speed, and I found a magic item that is cranking that speed up to max. Hey. Alright, I haven't heard any sounds. That indicate a giant. I wouldn't know what you're referring to, Shaman. Hey. Like, does your vague memory have any example? Like... Alright. Useless. This, Orban Shortbow is very close to breaking. It won't vanish from my inventory. Still, I'm going to go ahead and make a swap. And if we find any harpies, I'll just have to fist them. I'll have to attempt fisting them. Monster infighting has been in this video game for as long as I've streamed this video game. There's never been a point in time where I, Grimith, have shown off this video game. And monster infighting didn't exist in it. I think it's nap time. Alright. Speed's still at 100? Speed's still at 100. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da. Door's like, it doesn't unlock, and I just forcibly tap it and like, I'm unlocking, I'm unlocking. If I fail this quest, I only lose 2 reputation. Not that big of a deal. Pretty minor thing. We've seen this module earlier today as well. Ugh. Hey. I mean, obviously it's the same module. Never mind. Sometimes this is a secret door. I think your quest target can be in that. Giant scales are worth a lot, but they're pretty heavy. This time, this intersection's shaped like this. Not exactly the same. Yeah. We have our giant hiding down here. We have that. So anyway, I toggle short in dungeons? God, no. Absolutely not. Dungeons are a huge attraction for this game for me. I would never play with that. Viewer attitude on the matter is irrelevant. If I felt compelled to play with short dungeons, I just played different fucking video game. Plenty of dungeon crawlers. You want this room? Like, you can have it. Like, if you want to move, that's cool. No problems. I just don't want to wheel around a fucking corner and you've unstuck yourself and you're behind me. That's the primary reason why I'm going after this kill. I say kill loosely. Iron longbow pass. I already searched this. Yeah, I did that before the zombie came in after me. I got loads of arrows. That's great. I can afford to get to the protracted engagements, and I can also afford to run away from enemies even after I've emptied the clip into them. Weapon durability will have to be something we consider, but I mean, I got bow options. It's just we are no puny character. We got 65 strength. We have bows. And if I somehow ran out of bows, we do have hand-to-hand combat. The default archer class does have some weaponry. Too much weaponry, quite frankly. It is what it is. Bed in room? Alright, good. Okay, I've not heard one. Here's where I'm asking myself, am I done with this section? And I think the answer to that question is fucking yes. Alright. So, let's get out of this section then. I'm looking to navigate here. Now it's like, yeah. Like I'm LA Knight, wrestler in World Wrestling Entertainment. Yeah. There is a door there that I apparently did not. Which, all the way, I've also backtracked into an incorrect location. It happens. All these hours I put in the Daggerfall. Over all these years. Damn if I still can't be like, oh, fuck does anyone navigate around this fucking piece of trash video game? Shit. This way. Probably. Yes. Good. I like that for me. This is something I knew I was signing up for, too, when I decided I was going to be playing Daggerfall again. For just one run, probably. I think. One run. What's this? Okay, glad I came back here to check that room. Let's dive in here, too, so that this is mapped. And I'll be stubborn and look menacingly at... Hey! You didn't hear me knocking? It's fucked up. And his damn ear pods in. Alright, we're back here to this intersection. Excellent. Oh. I didn't remove the point? Alright, whatever. I've stopped caring. Do not re-enter. Cool. Go this way. Into the water. Droog! Also appreciate my buoyancy spell lasting longer at my higher level compared to when we first used it when I was level fucking 2. Not interested in that shit, particularly with my O2 where it's at. Okay. That could be a quest room. We've seen our target before. I'm pretty sure we found giants in there before. Just in variants where there's not been water and it's not looked like this. But I haven't heard that giant. That could lead up, but let's get some air. And have a sleep. You got it. You're welcome. Take care. Jay, Gage, and that there book learning. All right. Well. Back down we go. Just pretty sure this led to here. Yeah. And that's right, Shaman. We also like to say, rest well, for tomorrow you sail for the kingdom of Daggerfall. Yeah, no giant in there. Fine by me. Think we should be able to escape? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's been scoured. All right. Am I done with this area then? No. No, I'm not. It's a kingdom, you know. Lovely little province located in High Rock. Got a majestic view. A lot of rich story and tradition. War of Bettany's recently over. That guy can go fuck himself. Alas, not able to wear that hat. I said I don't want it hat. I don't want it. I'll take the plus 11 hat, though. Not that I can wear it, but it's plus 11. Are there any secret doors I ran past? This, I've got bad memories of having to go over the river and through the woods to get to this one little connector piece that goes to this one isolated area. God, do I have. Yeah, this is looking familiar. Yeah. Our giant could be in the room all the way down here. Fuck this. You gotta get better at unarmed hand-to-hand. Oh, no. No, I immediately regret saying fuck this. They poisoned me. You damn humans. Looks like it was a pretty mild poison. Mercifully. As a reminder, I don't have any way to cure that stuff. That is a compelling argument to join a temple order and get to the point where I can get potions. Let's see this. First time poisoned. No giant. Alright, well, wasn't useless to run down here. But also, no giant. Fine. Took a lot of damage there in all of my base tanking. Yeah. Hand-to-hand combat with 100 speed is a rapturous thing, and you know, we actually deal some okay damage with it. We've had worse characters in hand-to-hand combat. Flashback to the Glass Joe run. His hit points were so bad. It's the worst character. The worst fucking character. Still 100? Still 100. Okay. Still hunting for the singular giant. Well, this module's not done yet. There's not that much into it, left in it, though. Yeah, this dead end. Sometimes this can connect, I think, with that room I just ran over the river and through the woods to get to. Yeah, but sometimes it just terminates like this. No secret door or anything. It just ends like this. All right. Am I going back to the starting module then? I don't think I have another stone left unturned here. A reminder, this over here is a mini-map. Where we started, where we're located. Right there. So I'm going to leave this module entirely, and we're going to head back up into this hot mess that I recognized it for what it was when we entered. The giant could very well be buried at the very tippy top of the winding passages, or the very... Probably not the bowels. Looks at trap... No, it's an elevator. It's not a trap door. For a moment, there were moderate concerns. All right. How the fuck do I navigate back out of this? Okay. Let's get going. That just takes me back to there. What the hell is wrong with you? A lot of things. No, that's... Yeah. Yeah. Bad. Yep. 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 Sometimes when I look at this map, I miss the map in the original game. That could also be Stockholm Syndrome, though, as I've spent so much time reading that damn thing. Yeah, that takes me back into this module. Just at this section of it. I've enjoyed this dive. This is what I, this is what I expect from this video game. Part of what brings me back to it. Aren't you someone who's like, oh, but for the time, you have to think about the time of when it came out. It's so impressive. For 1996, the utility and versatility of the map. You can spin it around in a 3D form. The majesty of it. Some of the modules are a real spaghetti mess. This is one that gets pretty rough. I find it onerous to go through this module. All right, they still have the mini-map over there. There's no beacon of light, but it's still there on the original. Let's get out of this section. Yeah, let's take this ramp to go up to the tippy top. I should have made that turn in that direction. Yeah, it's your quest generator right there. The Fighters Guild has been hired to kill a monster that has broken into the Fighters Guild. The Mages Guild needs you to fetch wondrous scholar information from a scholar who currently resides in the Mages Guild. You're not the I'm looking for. I am, in fact, overburdened. It's true. I'm gonna pitch the dragon scales then. They're worth a lot, but they're also heavy. I just pick up raw gold. Ah! I was reading chat. The Real Berenzia Part 5. Sick. Alright, of course you're not in here in this particular room. Fine, whatever. Guess I gotta go the other way. More zombies. I think this is the turn I'm looking for. Uh-huh. The giant down in the water. Yep. Oh, yeah. And of course, whenever you land a blow on this giant, other giants will be called. There. Slain the giant I've came for. Huzzah! It is done. Here, you can have this. I'm taking that. I'm now walking out of here with giants spawning on me. Case in point. How many of these dungeons are in this game? Some are small, some are this size, some go larger. This has 3 sections, like connected, like 3 sections, like this over here, this over here, and then this, as you can see, like on the map. I guess that could be 4. That's 4. Yeah. That's the 4 squares there. 4 modules. Yeah, some are small. That's not a lie, dude. I appreciate and acknowledge your continuing feelings toward this video game. Don't go misrepresenting it. Some dungeons are small. Like, if you don't have the stomach for dungeon crawling, that's cool, you know. Daggerfall Unity caters that an experience. Not that I'm running with smaller dungeon settings. Take the swift elevator up out of here. Ugh. All right. That was an enjoyable experience. The stuff that I come to Daggerfall for. A bit onerous with the spaghetti pathfinding, but there are modules I would have reviled more. And the enemy composition, like, zombies are rough. Like, if I were a hand-to-hand strictly character, like, say, like, you throw in the Elsewherian Dream from a couple years back, or any of the other, like, hand-to-hand focused characters I've had, no, you'd really miss out on the hit bonus. I'm heading back to Wayrest, right? No, Lanissa. Because there's no Fighters Guild in Sentinel. Not Wayrest. Definitely not heading back to Wayrest. Get back. Level 6. 97 hit points. That's alright. Another 4 stat points. Sure. What time of day is it? It's alright. Let's go turn this question. That didn't take too long, like, in-game wise. Turn the question, we'll get the bows repaired. Congratulations! You've been promoted to the rank of Defender. Keep your weapon repair, more profitable work assignments. That's all the Fighters Guild ends up scaling up for until you eventually get 24-hour access. Get that stuff repaired. We'll need 2 days to get that Elven Longbow fixed up. I want to get the helmet identified. I always come back here and train. I also probably want to hit up the shops. Go looking not just for arrows, but a better bow. I'm momentarily disoriented. I'm usually not in this layout. Spellmaker. Spellbuyer. Guildmaster. Magic item person. Skilled trainer. Magic item crafter. You, our little courtyard here. Cubbyhole. Which outside door would I like to take? Can't remember the last time I've even been in this layout. Here's our teleporter. Don't keep it simple here, that's for damn sure. Our Daedra Summoner is going to be tucked away. Here is our Identify person. All that work just to get that. A Leaping Helmet. Cast when used Levitate. That's our second Levitate item. It's worth having a backup for that. A bunch of closets. Just a bunch of closets. This layout sucks. What a dull layout. I really can't remember the last time I've seen this layout. I'm just like mystified now running through rooms like. They're in the process of remodeling. They'll always be in the process of remodeling. You can't trick me. All that draw distance without needing to use the Ancient Eye of Argonia mod for the original game. Some elevation. The topography added by Daggerfall Unity. my ankles. Let's, I might as well leave the bra on since still wearing it. Hey, here we go. The thin rail of a woman steps forward and hands you a note. Turns aside all your questions, a gone expressionless face. You're interested in learning the truth about Prince Shushir. We are. Excellent. We can pick up more main quest stuff. These damn couriers are just like want to shake them sometimes and like, hey, damn it. If I can strangle the fuckers at Amazon and learn who sent me a damn package, I can strangle you. Don't you walk away from me when I'm talking to you. The original video game has minimal elevation. Minimal. Not regularly, no. I've had folks send me anonymous packages before, though, that I have grappled with, not the delivery driver. Amazon service will say smiley face. To get a return address on. Check. We'll browse through the Sturdy Shells shop. Again, I'm looking for replacement arrows. And although this is a cruddy shop, I'm also looking for backup bows. There's no might on Unity's emphasis. You can easily see it across various vistas as early as walking out of Privateer's Hold and looking south in the direction of Gothway Guard. Is there something else I wanted to do in this town? I did commission my bows to be repaired, so I shouldn't be leaving. Let's go sleep and train some, I guess. Yeah. Let's sell the general store stock. And look at all these books I got. Oh my god. I haven't read that one, but I haven't read The Pig Children. These real Barenzias, how could I sell them? The rich tapestry of lore could be ours. And we have a lot more gold thanks to me putting it in the wagon. That's not something I would recommend doing in the original game. I wouldn't trust it. Ran past the fighter trainers. Nah. 2 days, was it? Yep, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm at 51%. Okay. Ikaskia went and came back. Done with your rich broadcast. Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. We got our default archer class here in the midst of getting our bows repaired, having just cleared out a fruitful dungeon dive. We're going to do some more main quest stuff, which will involve a dungeon dive. Let's get this removed. I think we will start training. Doesn't matter. I'm not more likely to use the other. We'll say axe. It's the higher one. Come on in. Welcome on in. What year is this? This is the third era, year 405, Kakaski. You know. Everyone does. Hi, howdy, greetings. Glad I could assist. All right. Are they done? Sweet. Okay. Airwork's done. Let's go ahead and deposit this bow. We'll keep the 2 long bows as backup. I have 205 arrows. They mercifully don't weigh anything, even though they say they do. Yeah, imagine if I was carrying around 51 kilograms of arrows. All right. Nari Riet? Nari Riet? We're into a dwarf fortress world before. Isn't there enough world gin in that damn game? Come on. The Fox and Pit. Well, there's 2 taverns. We'll guess south. I meant to say we'll guess the other south. Of course. All right. Are you in here? Nope. You're in the room. Now, is the place you're going to send me fa la 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 la? Yeah, Castle fa la 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 la. Shh, I would prefer that nobody sees me talking with you. It comes to our attention that the Underking is being wrongly accused of abducting the prince. For you, judge, check into Castle fa la 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 la. Enjoy your arduous tasks of cataloging using index cards in the Dewey Decimal System. All right. Castle fa la 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 is also on the island. It is north of Sentinel. This could be a really quick check. Or not. It's all going to depend on, in part, where the quest location has generated the letter and how well I remember getting through this damn castle. It is, the sun is setting. Ominous. That's what I said. Castle fa la 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 la. Like, if you want to have actual pronunciations for the rich tapestry of lore words that Bethesda created for this video game, go for it. All these doors, by the way, lead to the same entrance. Don't be fooled. At these points of time, when the sun is rising and setting, the sky is going to be getting darker as I sit here until 1800, and then... Gives me time to sit here and try and remember the layout of this dungeon. So I go in. I'm going to want to go straight ahead. There's like a little cubby hole that's really close to the entrance. I'm going to want to check. Probably has a human warrior barbarian in it. And if that doesn't work, I got like a flight of stairs I want to go down to, make a couple of turns. There's like another cubby hole. You can see the water off in the distance. Yes, there's that water, but you can see that water off in the distance. The dungeon, like the external dungeon music, really helping the aesthetic of Darkness Falling. I'm glad an enemy hasn't spawned to ruin this moment for us, he said, looking at the ground. Almost there. Boom. Take this entrance. It's as good as any other. All right. This door. First quest location to check. Oh, hold on. We need to put on our... There we go. Every point of speed makes a difference. Do not neglect speed. It's not in here. All right. Next up. We're going to go this way. No real magical powers here. Through this door? No, this is a dead end. Little monster cubby hole. Could tell that was a warrior because the oodles of hit points. This way into this room. Into that room. Into this room. Into that room. Yeah, these other human enemies we've been facing before just don't have the hit point totals compared to these guys. Just be in here. We can be done with this dungeon. I don't need to go any further. Damn. All right. All right. I should go here. Open this door. Yeah. Open this damn door. Welcome to this module. There was one dungeon that we saw during all my broadcasts of this in 2024. It's in Hammerfell, one of the provinces of the south, that has this module. It has 3 modules in it, and it's this one in 3 different variations. Like, one of them's filled with water, another one has like these siege weapons in it. It's like, what the hell, man? There is a clip of me, like, going from the second one into the third one and just being in disbelief that it's it again. No. I have forgotten the name of the dungeon. Or even its location. All right. Sometimes. This over here. Quest location. This hallway is full of death. What do you mean full of death, Grimith? It looks perfectly fine. No, I mean it's full of death. I'm going to levitate over there. You'll encounter a few hallways like this in this video game, where it just walk through them as death. Much like you'll encounter some objects in this game. It's a few objects. You touch it. I showed it off earlier this stream. Also full of death. Yeah. Anyway, I need to come over here. Got 4 loot piles in here. That's good. Some nymph hair, that's worth my time picking up. I should have dropped my gold in the wagon before coming into this dungeon. Well, is what it is. Hey, check down here. Hey, bud. Hey. Hey. One problem I have with Daggerfall, because I have so few problems with this video game, is my inability to cancel a spell that I have cast without, like, using some dispel thing. As you level up, your spells that are based on level duration, like heavily based on it, are going to last longer. But you're like, typically that's a good thing, yeah? In the case of levitation, no, it's not. I want my levitations to last for a certain amount of time, and then I want them to end, or else I'm going to be trapped moving slowly in situations that I really need to move quicker in. But other than that, fantastic game. Truly a marvel. Bethesda's gift to mankind. Hit point total's rough, and I don't have a heal on me. We could just sleep here, right? No problems. I chose not to use my spell points there because I'm going to level you. I didn't expect that to work. All right, yeah, sure, whatever. And then a spider showed up, and then that warrior lost track of me. I guess it was mine, man. Look, this might be my favorite computer role-playing game, even though it's not a good game. It doesn't mean I understand all of the many intricate nuances of things. Spider, you have a death certificate for me? I mean, it's not what you think. Oh, whoa, hey, whoa, hey. Oh, wait, hey now, whoa, hey. Ooh. Oh, by the way, we'll come in this room just to check to confirm. This, right here. This is your old school dungeon crawler right here. It's not just Daggerfall, but it's going to have moments also like this. There you go. And this variant isn't one that has water in it. Hope you have a means of slow fall or levitate. He didn't mean it. You can, while you're falling and you're like against a wall, possibly it can happen. I've jumped down pits before and I've been slowed down because my character started to like do climbing and I've had to unstick myself from the wall. It can happen. There is no acrobatics skill. You have climbing, you've got jumping, you've got running. I'm not even sure what I'm doing down here. This is not a place a death certificate can be. Fucking warrior just distracted by the stripper spider up there. Tonight's entertainment brought to you by gestures. All right, bud. Well, you keep at it. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Climbing is definitely a mechanical existence thing. In the base game, you cannot strafe. You cannot grab onto like other walls. Like you can't hop from wall to wall. You'd have to like physically jump off of something. You can clip into things in ways that would be incredibly awkward. With Daggerfall Unity, one of the options available is advanced climbing, which I have turned on, which does allow you to, if strafe while climbing, if there's like a wall corner next to wall corner, like I could just transition seamlessly from those. Obviously, like it's still performing climbing skill checks. I might slip and lose my grip, and then maybe recatch myself, but also maybe not and take a bunch of fall damage. Like, climbing can be a way to solve problems in dungeons, but I would strongly suggest to an incoming player, find something that gives you levitate. Strongly suggest that. Strongly. All right, I'll admit, it's been too many years since the last time I ran this game a bunch. I remember the first locations pretty well. There might even be like another one in this area that I have just blanked on. But now I'm here in this module and we got some places to check. So let's get to it. There is a secret door over. You shut your whore mouth. That was a little aggressive. I meant every word of it, though. Yes, I have shown off in the recordings and streams over the years times where my quest target has, before my eyes, fallen into the void. The space which exists outside of the dungeon. And, at that point, killing the quest target is not impossible. But it's near impossible. Even a veteran void traveler such as myself would be like, can I just load the game? Is loading the game like a viable thing I can do? When's the last time I saved the game? Because it would be really handy for me to just load the game and not have that happen. We had a moment with Daggerfall Unity, which got clipped by Pongo, who is a contributor to Daggerfall Unity stuff, where I exulted in glee. I opened a room that has a quest location in it. The room has shelving on the back wall. The quest marker is on that shelving, but my target for that room was a lich. The lich wasn't in the room. The lich was standing on the shelving, but was outside the dungeon. And I was like, motherfuckers keep coming into my stream and telling me the void doesn't exist anymore in Daggerfall Unity. Look at this right here. Breaking, the rules, out of bounds lich. It's a bullshit. It would be ideal for me if the death certificate were down here, like in this bottom room full of cargo. I know that is one possible location for the death certificate. Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Just close that door. The shelf was the phylactery. Now everything's beginning to make sense. You want to play Daggerfall again? It's free! Bethesda made it free. You can have as much Daggerfall as you want. What died? Ah, underwater creature. Understood. How the... Can't remember how to navigate through this damn module. Like, help. Hello. Doesn't this side of the pit have a secret door? No. I have misremembered. Maybe it was up there where the secret door was. Whatever. Just be in that room, and all will be well in the world. Monster infighting is a thing. So, entities of different types will face one another. They're not seeing a death certificate in here, boss.
Oh, it's great stuff. Great stuff.
Welcome on in, IB. Appreciate you slathering me with wealth. Yum. It's great stuff indeed. So the enemies in this dungeon aren't difficult. It's just a matter of me sifting through the, 7 quest locations of this particular dungeon? Just gonna beat this door down out of spite. Potion of healing. It was well worth beating this door down. Hell yeah. Damn. All right. Have ourselves a snooze. What's the restoration up to these days? 17. What's the bow at? Worn. I don't know whether that's true. That just sounds like folklore to me. Though releases of things being delayed and patches being sent out through mail, certainly something that wasn't a novelty in 1996. This game did come out 30 years ago, Jennifer. It's like a decade older than some of my viewers who are adults and have kids. All right. I guess I'll go in here. I don't think the death certificate can be any else in this section. I feel like I looked at all the places where it could be for this particular dungeon. All right. And here we go. Hello, Slaughterfish. Hey, you know that potion of healing we got? We're drinking it now. I could have stayed up there and just slowly shot these slaughterfish, but I thought that would be more exciting, and then it was until I saw the zombie, and then I immediately fucking levitated out of the damn water. Like, yeah, I'm fine just wading through all of that. This seems fun. Zombie, no. Respectfully decline. Politely refuse. There's the zombie down there, dealing up to 50 hit points of damage per swing. I still could not survive 2 zombie swings at full power. There's what I was looking for. Could I maybe have like a power nap over here? Hey. Yeah, so could maybe I have like a power nap over here? Thanks. Yeah. Zombies do not fuck around in this video game. They are. Like, if you don't have a combat-capable character, you could be fleeing from them for a long time. We'll be back to that window momentarily. We will not be back to that window, other than just speed in passing, because Grimith knows to check this in this dungeon. This can sometimes be a quest location for this particular module. And for this dungeon specifically, this is a quest location where you can find the death certificate. All right, great. That's what we were looking for. Done. Phew. Yeah, the giant spider body was covering it. A monster will spawn in that. So, beneath the spider, but above this texture here. We did some journeying. I went through all 4 of the modules. I am relieved to find it here. The dread feeling that I would be backtracking to find the damn thing. Absolutely. Like, you could easily go 2.5, 3 hours in a dungeon, if not longer, and not see something like that. All right, so the window. In Daggerfall Unity, this is not a big deal. Because they fucking know that it needs to not be a big deal. Because there's a main quest dungeon where you gotta go through this sucker. This is not the main quest dungeon where you gotta go through this sucker. Getting through this damn window is like one of those things that he says even in Daggerfall Unity, like, Like, you think to yourself, climbing? Can I just climb? Is that fine? I just climb? Is that fine? I just climb? We good? Just climb over there? Like, okay. You just, like, do like a jump? Yes. If I move towards it, jump, and crouch while I'm in air. And this has been made easier from how it is in the original game. God help you. I certainly had problems trying to get through that for the first 94 times. All right, because I cannot cast recall. We're going to be strolling out of here. I would like for you to climb up on this. Thank you. No, I have gone the wrong way. Hello, zombie. Right. I understand why that door's closed. And why that confused me. Well, great. Time for the joys of walking back out of here. Whoop. I've got plenty of experience doing this stuff of walking back out of dungeons. I've done it a lot. Strongly suggest a recall spell. Strongly suggest you taking the time to learn how to cast recall and, then grinding up the skill to cast recall. Big recommend. You can also use the console command telly to exit. Since I'm right here, we'll just... Whoop. There. That was like down there. That's how that looks. And I've done that before for a few conducts where there was no, fathomable way the character was ever going to be able to cast a spell. Alright. I got here. We got our death certificate. Nope, that's not it. Is that at the bottom? Yes. Morning Star, the 23rd of it, 3rd Era 400. This was 5 years ago. 2 days I was sealed within this crypt without food or water. I do not know whether hunger or poor health or one of the creatures who share this dank hole with me will kill me first. I only know that I will soon be dead and not even my bones will remain. Well, if this certificate was above the bones, then... My hope is that in the years that come, this letter will be read and the sad story of Shusir, Princess Sentinel, will be told. I am 15 years old at the time of this writing and have been plagued with bad health for most of my life. The frustration of my hardy parents. The finest healers and apothecaries in Western Tamriel have labored over my every cough and fever. While they could save my life time and time again, they could not improve my sickly constitution. In retrospect, I received little real affection from the king and queen, embarrassed as they were about begetting such a cripple as the heir of the kingdom. I cannot say I missed the love. I received much attention from the doctors, priests, and herbalists constantly at court. Certainly I was not to be the sort of warrior that King Cameron was, but one of my dearest friends, a priest of Stendar, said that I might be the first scholar king in the history of Sentinel. Galleon, I put a lot of effort into being overly verbose at that age as well. Though, I haven't written a death. Well, my younger sister, Abki, was the true favorite of my parents, athletic, beautiful, and charming. It is hard to think of an uncomplimentary word for her. I'm resigned to my imminent death, and yet I would like to see her once again. For 6 years, Abki and I were the only children of Sentinel. 8 years ago, the queen had a boy child and named him Grecklith, after the ancient Redguard word for strong king. Few speak that tongue any longer, but all the scholars and nobles of Hammerfell understood. And Grecklith, a strong boy indeed. I had never so much as seen him cough. The queen's next child, born only a year after Grecklith, had an even more ominous birth name, Lotan, second boy. Perhaps had I been less sheltered, more suspicious by nature, I might have read into these nominations. Lotan and Grecklith are common enough names in our family, I reasoned. Now I know that even then I was disinherited, even it was not official yet. For several months before Lotan's birth and over 3 years afterward, I was in the throes of a very serious fever. The doctors despaired of me, but somehow and very, very gradually, I recovered. For the first time and the last, I read an expression on my father, the king's face, that was not indifference. It was disgust. That was a fortnight ago. 3 nights ago, I was seized by men I had never seen while I was having a walk. My nursemaid stood by, watching placidly as I was gagged and tied and thrown roughly into a sack. I do not know how long they rode with me, but I was eventually left here. When I finally freed myself from my bonds, I found that I was alone. My wanders have gotten me nowhere. This place is filled with undead creatures that prevent me from finding any exit. I have no hope left, but no fear either. A few regrets. Perhaps had I studied magic instead of history and science, I could free myself of this place. One of my tutors told the story of the Under King. How he had placed his life force in the body of a powerful being and had thus conquered all Tamriel long, long ago. Had I only had the strength of a more powerful body like that. But I did not study magic. I studied history. So I leave this letter, not to revenge myself, but as a historic document. Credit to Shusir for finding the time and the tenacity and the tools to write all of this in that fucking dungeon 5 years ago. Because I felt the enemies there 5 years later. Let me tell you, not conducive to writing all that in a clear and cogent manner. And as someone who has written a number of research papers, part of my high-level history classes, college, gotta say, don't know if I would be able to focus on writing either, but with all those sounds. Oh, we just arrived at 5:59, and the gates swung open at 6. That was weird. All right, cool. This game has so much erotica. You're not even writing that about the actual lewd books in this game. And ribald and tawdry jokes. Perhaps it is a pity that we did not get the incest outcome for Lady Pacifa and Lord Castellian. That it was only financial, indiscretions. Oh, naked people. That's not erotica. Come on. A Root song. Oh my god. Yeah. It's for the best we never found that book so far this stream. This is what I most feared. Poor Shusir. As I promised, here's what I've heard about Lysandus. I don't know how much of this is secret, but I trust you. Lysandus was in love with his court sorceress, a noblewoman named Medora Dorini, and during the war with us, his queen found out. They said that while her husband was gone, Queen Minasera banished Medora from the court. My sister Aubki is queen now, part of the treaty to ensure peace, but Minasera still resides at Castle Daggerfall as the Dowager Queen Mother. I don't know where Medora went, but I know she has an enormous castle somewhere on the Isle of Balfiera. I also heard there is some kind of curse on her, and she can never leave. I don't know if that helps you, but that's all I know. Again, thank you for Shusir's letter. Just knowing what happened will ease my heart somewhat. Please take this gauntlets as a token of my appreciation. Yeah, I can actually equip chain gauntlets. How about that? Neat. All right. Delightful. The task is done. And hey, it's actually not raining here like it was the first time I came here this stream, and as it often does, seemingly, during my broadcasts, rain in this damn city. Gotta feed the wide, rectangular pools out here in Hammerfell, man. The city is rather cosmopolitan. A lot of, Bretonian sprites opposed to the Hammerfell sprites walking around. In the base game, you only loiter 3 hours at a time. Daggerfall Unity allows you to adjust it to loiter up to 12 hours at a time. Come, identify these gauntlets. Chain never tiring gauntlets cast when used. Stamina. Cool. Alright. We take those. Let's just fucking wear them. Bam. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Ah. How we doing? Most of the way through level 6 at this point. But pretty good. Pretty good job, Stooley. With that done... We've got some timers before we get more letters from people. I am tempted to bop on over to Castle Wayrest and do Princess Bitch's quest. So, sure, we'll go do that. Not that far. We're rich. We tried doing this earlier this stream, but I wasn't high enough level, though she did dearly like me. So previously, Prince Helseth instigated a ploy, or as Michael Stipe of REM calls it, a ploy. A simple ploy to occupy his time. Ploy. By which he would get Lord Castellian, part of the Elder Council of Wayrest, under his thumb. However, there is one other child here. It's not too keen on that whole power play. Howdy. Hello, I'm Elisana, King Edwir's child and heir apparent to Wayrest. Perhaps you could help me out of a bit of an embarrassing predicament. The senior member of the Elder Council, my father's good friend Lord Castellian, has left court on holiday, and I forgot to return a cloak I borrowed from him. If it isn't too much of a bore to you, would you mind bringing it to him in Gallowdale Minster? I could offer you a lovely bracelet as payment. Sure. How frightfully nice of you to help a silly girl like myself. Here's the robe. Now, it's very important that my Lord Castellian has the robe soon. He's at one of his houses, the Greensley residence in Gallowdale Minster. Lord Castellian shouldn't be too hard to find. Just ask around for him or for the Greensley residence and give him the robe. I do really appreciate this. It really shouldn't take you longer than 19 days to get there and back, so I'll see you then. The formal cloak. Yeah, Gallowdale Minster, right? Yeah. Cool. We might as well use our magical arriving cautiously magic after arriving at a place recklessly to fully restore up. Greensley residence. Not too large of a place, but I was kind of hoping for someone to ask. Better to ask people outdoors for directions because they'll mark things on your map. People indoors don't mark things on your map. They'll just give you directions. You know, like that. They'll just be like, oh, hey, southwest, 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 southwest. There's people outside, if you keep asking them, they'll be like, here it is on your damn map. Leave me alone. Go away. Stop talking to me. Hello, my friend. Lord Castellian is backing legislation which will make Helseth heir apparent. Yeah. He is, isn't he? I hear there are witches in Wayrest somewhere out there in the hills or deep in the forest. You know them witches. Damn witches. That's really Lord Castellian is all the people around here are talking about these days. All right, he should be in his designated cubbyhole. There he is. Here's your cloak, bud. A gift from Lady Elisana. Thank you, Stoli. It fits me like a glove. You feel a tearing sound as if the fabric of reality were being ripped open. Well, good thing we didn't put that on. We're not going to bother touching his body. It's time to go, Jabru. I think our delivery services have been successfully rendered. Does seem difficult for him to push that legislation now, huh? Well, that's not our problem, right? It's frightfully nice that we didn't try to put that cloak on or use it, you know? Who knows what would have happened? Oh, not my problem. Oh, how marvelous you are. Here, let me give you the bracelet I promised you. I hope Lord Castellan appreciates the extra work I put into the robe. It is a real attention getter now. Let me give you something more than the bracelet, Stuli. My father is very interested in a certain ancient relic called the Totem of Tiber Septim. He has spies all over the place looking for it. When they find it, my father will need someone to secure it. Obviously, whoever he chooses will be fabulously well rewarded. I'll give him your name. That is the least I can do. Here's my bracelet. Okay. Howdy.
I can't
How you doing?
wait to use it.
That's right, Sky Shadowing. But, you know, it's probably just one run. Probably not. Good day. Any news? Tygonas paid a large peace fee to the Knights of the Circle. Hopefully they'll stop their quarreling. Poor guy. What's up? My friends here at the Wayrest Court. I'm feeling awfully, frightfully nice, really. Anyone else got a... Lord Castellan has disappeared from the Greensley residence where he was on holiday. The Fighters Guild and Apothecaries of Stendar were close allies until that incident at the palace. Lord Castellan has disappeared? Good to see you. How can I help you? Lord Castellan has disappeared? The Mixers of Mara has just allied with agents of the Underking. Yeah, the agents of the Underking are an incredibly important faction for successfully clearing the main quest. It's pivotal you have a positive relationship with them. But this faction in the background can end up, say, entering into a war with, oh, I don't know, the Mages Guild. And then you're a part of the Mages Guild and you're doing quests for the Mages Guild, and because they're at war with the Agents of the Underking, that's giving you negative reputation with the Agents of the Underking. And while the main quests are weighted to give you some solid positive rep, you could still find yourself a negative rep with the Agents of the Underking, and thus not be able to progress further with the main quest, all because of the faction war mechanic happening in the background. We talked about that during a run 2 years ago. Great chat. Don't spread this around, but the Knights of Iron and Teachers of Vipella are working together. I mean, to my knowledge, it's only ever happened to me one time in all of the runs of this video game I've ever done. To my knowledge. Again, we're suspecting foul play in the disappearance of Lord Castellan. Alright. But it has some chance with some people. Looks like there's nowhere. The weakest link in the Imperial chain is the province of Somerset Isle. Then, Wayrest. Suppose there wasn't a comma there. Then Wayrest. There, fixed. Alright, well. That's done. See if we hear about anything more. We probably won't. Maybe we will. Stand out here in the water. Stretch. How are the bows doing? That bow's useless. Well, let's go do a little bit more. One more run, a little bit more. Let's chuck this much gold into the wagon. Yeah. And we are going to head for the kingdom of Daggerfall. Okay, we arrived during the day. We don't want to be out here during the nighttime. Welcome to Daggerfall, everyone. It's the name of the video game. We're going to do some shopping before we head to the castle. Dwarven Daikatana, you damn long blades. On the lookout for more arrows and better bows. We're not going to hit every shop on the way. Ah, oh, damn, Ariaro. That feels empowering. You feel like you've taken control of your life into your own hands with that choice. You should. Congratulations. And your poor life choice. Fancy highfalutin store here. Hey, bud. You good? Any news? Mm-hmm. Well, have a good one. How about you, madam, to my left? Hi, Starfall's Waters, it's you. What is it? Any news? Summoners of Mara got the short end of the stick at some deal. Now they're out to get Summoners of RK. Oh, well. I'll just close the door on my way out. Blessed be. On my way to the castle, we're going to hit up some shops. Gotta get our Vind on. I don't think the weaponsmith opens until 9, yeah? Yeah, the odd blades. Pick up some more arrows. Prepare ourselves. I don't feel like running to the shelf upstairs. Oh, the shelf upstairs, it could have anything, Grimith. Yeah, that's about what I thought. I mean, you could see a Daedric bow if you want to. It's not what I'm looking for. Going to work? Compulsion loop to spend. Roll some dice. Handed out 2 VIP badges today. Common be a third. I will not be a third with a 10 and 14. 10 and 13, excuse me. Get the hell out of my chat room. Just loiter the extra hour. Alright, odd blades. Dwarven Warhammer. Nope. Mithril Longbow. There we go. That's what we're looking for. I'm gonna take the gold back now. There we go. That's a bit better. This is a sufficient material to hit any enemy in the game. With 299 arrows, I can feel pretty great about letting her rip. 319. Good. I may very well wish to carry this other bow. Yeah. Alright, work to do before I go to the castle. I should get this dwarven bow fixed up. I'm done shopping for now. I'm not in any pressure to sell things. Put that in the wagon. Get to wait another hour for the Fighters Guild to open. Because they ain't opening until 11. We can hop around for like 5 minutes. So bright. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Almost. Where has the time melted? Over 7.5 hour broadcast. Though it's not like I've been playing Daggerfall that time. Still, not a single break. Just been absorbed in the ebbs and flows of Daggerfall over again. I've been away for 2 years, and yet. It's like home if home were actually not a good home, but still yet somehow my favorite home. Some details are fuzzy. Others have been forgotten. It's not nostalgia that keeps me coming back to this game. Though, with all of the hours I've spent playing the video game, so many of them like recording on live stream, I can look at vistas and think of like 2 years ago, the Gold Hat run, where that dark elf exiled from Vardenfell fought hundreds of enemies out here. What a delight that run was. That and the burglary run. God damn it. Those are my 2 favorite runs of 2 years ago. I can't even remember the name of that run. Now I'm gonna like goal. I will look it up. I'm not even looking at chat right now. Material Girl. God damn it. All right. I wanted the bow repaired. I should... What am I doing in here? I'm going to Tristor Laboratory. It'll be really quick. I can come back for the bow. I'm not going all the way out the shit dungeon. All are free to petition His Highness at this time. Do not stray from the audience chamber, lest ye have royal blessing to do so. Always speak politely to the king and queen, and above all, cast no spells while within these walls. You agree to the terms? Yeah, I definitely read them. Sure, yeah. I did. Read them. Good. Number of lords around here. You've got King Gothred, Queen Abki. She's got an optional thing that doing it adds an extra complication wrinkle with the Queen Mother of Daggerfall later. I don't feel like traveling all the way out the shit dungeon when I don't have a recall spell. The clatter of pots and pans and the smell of fresh-baked bread waft through this door. Howdy. So Morgaya told us to ask around Castle Daggerfall for the letter, but ask someone of lower station and not approach the Queen Mother directly. Hey, if I told you I could give you a bit of information, let's say about that letter, milady, would you be interested there? I thought so. Now, mind you, I ain't giving it away before I scratch your back, yeah, scratch mine. Deal? Yeah. My name is Sindasa, Daggerfall. I'll tell you everything I know, but I don't need to... Yeah, sure, whatever. There's no such thing as free info. I'm just a maid to Her Highness, nothing but a fleck of the world, and my needs ain't big. I need this werewolf done in. I know just where it is, some Kinnereth Forsook hole called Tristor Laboratory off the coast over Bettany Way. I can't tell you why, but it's important to me that the werewolf gets put out of its misery in 135 days. That werewolf is always in the same location. Some extra quest packing allows for an alternate way to finish this quest. As I hear like a centaur in the background. But I will just be doing this the God-intended default way of dunking on a werewolf. Like an actual honest-to-goodness lycanthrope. Imagine that. Looks at the fatigue. We should sleep. Bard, huh? How about that? Where's your songs now? A Tale of Kieran, how about it? I still have that book. Or have I sold it? Looks like I sold it. That's fine. Atronox, I heard a wereboar as well, while it was running down the way. The body of the werewolf begins to transform before your very eyes. In just a few minutes, it has become a young man who seems to bear a strong resemblance to Sindasa. Delightful. Job done. Grab some Saint's hair. Always the same location. It's good. We'll get some archery practice on this Ice Atronach. Ice Atronochs, per the instruction manual, were intended to have elemental damage area effects. As in talking about the Spellmaker, Desiderata, I think her name is working, had an encounter with an Ice Atronach, or Fire Atronach, excuse me, and she's wanting to make like a shield spell to protect her from that damage, and then like a offensive spell to hurt the Fire Atronach. Part of me is interested in fighting. Part of me concerned about staying to fight. You want to throw fireballs? Let's fucking go. I got power. There. Eat that, fucker. Leaving the wereboar alone. I'm not looking to become a lycanthrope or vampire. I mentioned that before this broadcast. They would make the game easier. I've had a dedicated run where I've been a lycanthrope. A dedicated run where I've been a vampire. In my years. Showing off that stuff. What time of day is it? Okay. Castle will be open, Fighters Guild ain't. I made mention joining a temple order to get access to purchasing potions. Yeah, it's something I want to look into more. It's dead then, is it? Poor thing. Used to be my brother. If you ask me, he died long ago when he first got bit. He hated himself when he became that beast. I wish there'd been another way to help him. I promised I'd tell you about that letter you're looking for, didn't I now? Of course, I remember that letter, Stoli. It's not every day that you get a letter from the Emperor himself, especially seeing as the king ain't too fond of him. In fact, it's the only letter I'd ever seen from him. I give it to Her Majesty, and she's all excited, and she rip it open and says, "This isn't for me. This is addressed to Minnesera." Then, boom. Her jaw fall open, her eyes get real wide. She says she'll make sure the Queen Mother gets it, and I don't have to worry myself none about it. Well, that's enough information that we could have a chat with the Queen Mother. Notably, though, attempted to go in that bedroom, aggroes the guards in the throne room. It will always piss them off every single time. All right. Yeah. We didn't really fire the bow much. Still rated as new. Got that new bow smell and everything from when I bought it. All right, let's loiter the 5 hours. I'll be taking the bow back now. Delightful. Let's train up some axe. Let's cast some of that, and to bed we go. Hi, level 7. At the 110 HP. You know, it'd take 3 hits. 350 damage hits to down me. Huzzah. Almost at the point where the brazier of Torgo's Blessing is useless. I could invest these points elsewhere, I guess. I did say at the start that I would be leveling up speed forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. But I guess I'll take strength up to 70. Sure. What the hell? After all, I do still have the bra. How much integrity does the bra have left? Oh. Well. Won't be having the bra for much longer. That's for damn sure. The extra strength that we now have, because the value on that matters, is going to factor into hand-to-hand damage stuff, which could come up, despite all the arrows I have. And the bows. Useful stuff. That's why I put the points in the strength. All right. Why don't we say that's the end of this session? Our Redguard Archer has come pretty far, throwing her into the crucible of some dungeon dives, particularly that first one, where she didn't have much, and the dungeon had some complexity to it. Still, we found our target, that damn grizzly bear, and made it out all right. We've grown a lot in our chainmail. Could stand to have like a different level of fashion, but I think this outfit works pretty well. The portrait, in case you've forgotten, right there. It's pretty good. There is still plenty left in the main quest to do. We have some more missives to receive. Queen Minnesera, for example, the Queen Dowager of Daggerfall awaits. And with Daggerfall Unity, we're going to have an annoying amount of time to wait before we can link up with the courier to inquire about more details pertaining to the letter. We've also got some stuff that we're going to be hearing back from the Agent of the Underking. Queen Acarithia's Sentinel is going to send a message. Maybe we have a chat with Queen Berenzia of Wayrest herself. Who knows? Probably get lost in another dungeon or 3. Or 17 of them. I do enjoy that aspect of this video game. Very satisfying, the first-person speed dungeon crawling. And we have ourselves a combat-capable character, so it is not a dreadful experience, to be sure. Some characters have been dreadful. I don't have much in the way of magic. I can't cure disease or poison. So that could be something the next time I broadcast this. I would look into joining a temple order that offers potions. I don't care about making them. Buying them would be handy. Maybe some of the trains in mysticism. And if I really dedicate a lot of gold, I could unlock recall.